Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fire. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain turned to power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black Americans.
Let's be clear. This isn't everybody's history. This is the Negro Burial Ground. And these are foundational Black American ancestors, period. We built this country. We were buried in it. And now that we're naming ourselves, everybody's uncomfortable. Good. Because delineation isn't hate, it's accuracy. Disaggregation isn't division, it's accountability. You don't get to inherit a struggle you didn't come from. And you definitely don't get to claim a legacy you did not build. Click that. Let's get started. Good evening, good evening, good evening, family. Welcome to another edition of Thorough Black Talk with your sister Kate Fighter, Brother Tad, Sister Marcia, Sister Brooke, Brother Blacksmith, and Brother Divine. We going in heavy tonight. The Nerd Gang, we took a trip to the Negro Burial Ground. And so we're going to talk about our findings and let you know what happened, what took place. Some of the things that we saw, eye-opening. Some of the things that we heard, disappointing. But we're FBA. So when you have to come in and re-educate staff about the history, it's a good thing. So tonight, I want to start out with some history. You know, people say, what have you done for us lately? Let's honor Mr. Jesse Russell, inventor of the digital cell phone.
A sixth grader, and she says to me, she says, are you a real inventor? And I said, yeah, I'm an inventor. And I sort of talked about cell phones, and I invent cell phones. She says, well, I thought all black inventors were dead. No, I think one of the greatest stories ever been told is the contribution of black Americans in the 60s and the 70s and the contributions that they've made in technology. To be able to teach young people that the scientists, engineering, and mathematics are the foundation of our society. The satisfaction that you get when you look back, like today, when I see how many people can use cellular telephone systems, and many people talk to me all the time, they say, well, I didn't know that it was a black guy that invented digital cellular communications.
You should be a true racist and not use anything or be involved with anything that was invented or created by blacks. Do you want a list? The ironing board, the refrigerator, the baby carriage, the shoemaking machines, the traffic signal, the incandescent light bulb, the folding bed, the mailbox, air conditioning, elevator. You want me to go on?
This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything.
We? We.
Just some historical background. I know a lot of you are viewing us on your digital cell phones right now. So now you have a little bit of history, and I hope that you will share it with your family, your friends, and your loved ones. But while the crew gets started behind the scenes, let me give some shout outs real quick. Make sure y'all keep sending those emails. They are working in our favor. So grab the link. It's in the description. It's here on your screen. Keep sending those emails. They are working. Share them on your social media platform. We truly, truly appreciate it. Shout outs real quick. I am Amira, excuse me. B1. M. Hampton. Good evening to you. Hope all is well. Sister Aruba 927. Doggy Diamond TV. Mars in the building. What's happening? What's happening? Black Love 17. B1 family. B1. Let's get it. Let's get it. Intrigue 1129. Good evening, family. Good evening to you. Hope all is well. Sister Tanisha Murdoch, our regular sponsor of Thorough Black Talk Worldview. Peace and love to you, sis. Hope all is well on your end. Mr. Junebug 121. What's happening? What's happening? What's good? What up, Queen? What's happening? Certified salute to you as well. We're going to blow the roof off tonight. It was crazy at the Negro Burial Ground. We got to see exactly where those wreaths were laid by the Ghanaian delegation the week prior. So we're going to get into that. And I found a lot of things very disturbing. So when Sister Brooke and Brother Divine get up in here, we're going to get into all of that. It's going to be heavy tonight. What's happening? Everybody is ready. Everybody is ready to rock and roll. Uncle Jess, Aunt Marie on the check-in. Stay strong. Hold your head, family. All is going to be well. We will prevail. We will prevail. Love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow for sure. Sister Farnessa, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Yes, indeed. We about to get into it, sis. We about to get into it. If you would have went with us to that Negro Burial Ground, man, you would have been pissed off too. Financial unity. What up, sis? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? You get your money game right. Reach out to the sis. Tell her the Thorough Black Talk Worldview sent you. All right. Our queen, our sister from another sister. W in the building. What's happening, sis? What's happening? Man, you should have been with us, DW. Man, you should have been with us. Now I'm going to save it. I'm wait till Brooke and Devon get up in here. I'm going to save it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's up. It's up. Rich, nice. What's happening? What's happening? Hope all is well with you. Hope all is well with you. Rayel, what's good? What's good? What's good? Yes, it is sweet. It's always sweet. Yagoo, 500. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? FBA strong. What's good? What's good? Salute to you. Hope all is well on your end. We about to get it. We about to get it. Brother Black, you ready? Welcome to BX to the BK. What's happening, brother? What's good?
Peace, love, and hair grease. Can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear now. Got you loud and clear. What's
All
been
right.
happening, brother?
I'm here. I'm on the bridge with you and whoever else is coming on behind me. And peace to the family out there, and much love, and so on and so forth. It's too much going on out here right now. Too much. We got war in Iraq, and it's a ceasefire, and then they started firing missiles again, or so they saying. Like I always tell
You mean
y'all,
Iran, not Iraq.
Iran. Oh, my bad. Iran.
Right.
And Israel and so on. Like I always tell y'all, we not there. We don't see what's going on. AI is in effect. So, I believe a lot of it is exaggerated, and that the real story is that they're destroying Israel because they fleeing like a mug. And on a personal level, I think what I'm saying is true. Now, of course, they're going to bomb in Iran to give it a semblance of people saying, yeah, bombs are dropping, but they're not hitting any real targets. If you notice, they're not telling you how many casualties are out there, where the bombs are going, you know what I'm saying, defining what date and, authenticating. So we don't know what it is. But on top of that, I think that what I'm saying is right and exact, because my X account, formerly Twitter, got eradicated for my last article, which is fleeing Iraq in a rush. So, they wouldn't take it down because I've never had any problems with Twitter posts before in my life. And they just took it down. They didn't even give me a semblance of a probationary period to review, and they just wrote me and said, yo, you don't have no account no more. You can't get no more on your. So if I got to do it again, I got to wait a while and put a fake name like everybody do. Whatever. Anyway, with that said, I don't know if those peace, Sister Aruba. I see a shout out. Thank you for all the love. Africa Bambaataa allegedly passed away in Pennsylvania today, and I'm going to big him up.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I'm going to big him up for his talent and all what he gave to hip hop, and fuck him on the other end for being a pedo. He probably in the Epstein files too, and with each release, it's going to be more deaths. But check this out. This is something I wanted to mention on the show a few weeks ago, Keisha, and I forgot to, because it was one of them heavy conversations we were having that day. I don't know if y'all noticed, Damon Wilson, maybe in the last 3 or 4 years, by the way, Lamont on Sanford and Son, was out here grilling everybody about how everybody's involved in the bullshit. And the Epstein files came out January 31st. He passed away on January 30th. Now, as far as I knew, he was in good condition. He looked well. He still spoke like a young dude. He didn't speak like an 80-year-old. He was 80 years old when he passed away. He still looked good. He still spoke like a young dude. Like he had, strength and like, yo, you better back off of me if you think you're going to run up on me just like that. So I don't know how healthy he was, because just because somebody look healthy don't mean they are. But I don't find that overly coincidental. Sister Keisha, what do you think about that dynamic?
I don't know, brother. Mm-hmm. But keeping in line with what's somewhat of what you said, let's listen to this clip from Susan Akendo, a comedian, and we'll come right back.
Out that shows that 65% of Americans want the Democrats to end the shutdown. And a whole lot of pro-Trump commentators are going to town and celebrating the political hit the Democrats are taking. Here's how the National Republican Campaign Committee covered it. But here's what they're not telling you. They're not telling you what's buried in the rest of the poll data. And if you miss that, you will miss how the globalists are going to use it to try and put the Democrats back in control in 2026. And their plan includes a sophisticated psychological warfare campaign being run by the top levels of the British elite. Now, it is true that Donald Trump is owning the Democrats right now on the shutdown, but the shutdown will be resolved sooner or later. And for now, the Democrats will take the hit. But we are still a long way from November 2026, and the empire has a plan. I'm Susan Kokinda, and I've tracked American political developments for over 50 years, including spending more than a decade in Washington, D.C., working directly with Congress. And what you see on the surface there, the headlines, the press conferences, the hearings, they don't tell you the real story. The real story is being written by the British imperial elite, who are orchestrating a sophisticated psychological warfare campaign to break apart Trump's winning coalition. Now, if you're getting a sense that this is going to be a different take than what you're hearing elsewhere, please like and subscribe. But here's a taste of what they have in store. This is a headline that the liberal patriot hopes you will see in 2026. Rust Belt insurgents clinch Democrats' House takeover, repair blue wall. Now, that's their fantasy, but it's based on a very real strategy to systematically dismantle the coalition that delivered Trump's historic victory. Not only are we going to expose this strategy, but we're going to show you how to defeat it. So in today's update, I'm going to look at these two key elements of their plan. First, how they will try and recapture the blue-collar vote in the swing states and turn it into Democratic votes. And second, how they're using a classic. So there's a new Harvard poll out that shows that 65%.
As you see, the UK got his hands in things, trying to keep us on this tax wheel, if you will, to keep kicking up to them. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this all plays out, considering that France, Britain, and a couple of other nations will not allow U.S. planes to fly in their airspace. So, it's going to be interesting how this all plays out.
Yeah, I think that's what part of the game is in that in inside of all of this, because why I say that is, if they already met and talked about this 5 years ago, we know they don't make plans in days and weeks. They make plans 20, 30 years ago that are now taking. How many presidents talked about attacking Iran for so long? And I don't know if you. Okay,
as long as I've been a kid.
Okay, thank you. We're young enough to remember 79 when they took the 444. We remember that. Reagan. That was when and when he got inaugurated is when they released him that next year, January. They were there 444 days. You frozen, Sister Keisha?
No, I'm good. I'm listening.
Okay. So anyway, with that said, another thing to look at, and it's all distraction for the most part, but Ye is making a comeback, and they banned him from the SoFi Auditorium, and he still made $33 million over a weekend. So right, like Dave Chappelle and certain other people, everybody ain't cancelable, because there are white people that like them more than we do. Mm-hmm. Most of those two in particular. So you can't cancel everybody. You know what I'm saying? And we know that Ye is the real one, and Kanye West is the clone that's always with that lady, and he's tall and all that. They're not same thing with Jamie Foxx. They're not even trying to fool you. They just put them in front of you and let you decide. Is it the dark skinned one that looks like the one?
Here's the thing too, because they banned him from UK as well. So they banned us no fly zone over them. Ye is banned. Tariq Nasheed is banned. So we all in good company. That's the way I see it.
Whatever happened to free speech? Where did that go?
I guess not with the Brits. I guess it don't work with them. I don't know.
They're not in the BRICS.
Hmm.
It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I mean, they're not a signed up member as far as I know. They still remember, even though the euro's being spent in Europe, they still have pounds in England and francs in.
We still can't fly over that airspace.
That's true.
Certain people still can't go over there, which is ridiculous. But
a lot of
you can't stop a freight train because, like you said, Ye went over there. I mean, Ye is on the road right now, and they can talk that talk all they want to. It is what it is.
From other countries too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Farrakhan band. Hey,
somebody put that FBA strong 8815 says same.
Yeah, we all banned, so it don't matter. The way I see it, F the UK. You corny anyway. That's the way I see it. You're a bunch of culture bandits and freeloaders. You have no real economy. You're a freeloader. You taxing everybody, especially the Caribbean, South America, and the Canadians. So, you've been freeloading for quite too long. And, for those of us, who don't want to read the big books, the thick books, as Tad always say, you can catch some of these series that come on Netflix and other mediums, like Queen Charlotte and the Bridgertons and the Gilded Age. I mean, check them out. They tell on themselves. So I want to play this clip because we also dealing with birthright citizenship. And let's hear this. This is from Dana with the Data and Judge Joe Brown. Let's play the clip and we'll come right back.
No Black American, and I don't care if you call yourself FBA, ADOS, Freeman, no matter. There has never been a Black American knocking on Somalia, Ghana, Nigeria, not even no country in Europe. We didn't knock on nobody else's country or try to sneak into somebody else's country for shelter or for freedom or for a better life. That is what makes us a special type of people here, because all the hell that my grandparents and their parents went through so that I could have the freedoms now, they knew they had to go through hell, that they had probably faced death, despair, disenfranchisement. They didn't run. They stayed and fight. So why the fuck can't you do that in your country that you were fleeing? And then you come here, you steal, and you sully the Black American history and suffering here, which made it possible for your ass to even come here the legal way. So it's just total disrespect. And I'm tired of. And that is why I don't agree with people calling you boule. And I know you get frustrated with that because you don't care what
I don't get frustrated. I don't care about an asshole. Punk-ass fools haven't put it on the line ever. So when they do, then I'll respect what they say. But most of them are some real sissified idiots running around swishing, trying to party, trying to get high, ain't got no damn job, ain't paid the least bit of attention to getting their heads together and getting educated and instructed in what the devil's going on and don't have a damn clue. And basically what they are is the fodder that no good, unprincipled propagandist relies upon to spread the untruth that allows them to be enslaved mentally.
And there you have it. Don't mess with Judge Joe Brown. He goes in and he goes in heavy. So again, a lot of things are going on. Is going on right now because, you have us coming back actually in session. I believe this goes back into session the end of June, early July for a decision. Some of the justices, like Tahanji Brown or whatever her name is, really pissed me off with some of her questioning or reasoning, equating birthright citizenship to a robbery in Japan. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Some of the stuff, it is what it is. It is what it is. Brother said she changes with the wind. Keep in mind, she says some funny style things about the lineage. Definitely, brother. Definitely. But circumstances will make people get on code or else, and unfortunately, she had to deal with that or else, and so we'll see. But Sister Marcia, are you ready? All right, welcome to the Brooklyn Bridge. Sister Marcia on the check-in. What's happening?
Peace, Queen and King. I am well. How is everyone feeling?
Good. How's mommy doing?
She's much better.
That's good.
It's always a struggle, but as long as the strength and the power is within me, the struggle will continue.
All the best to her in her healing.
On this Black Plastic Thursday.
I'm going to leave that alone.
You have a great day, Drac. A real good day, okay?
Since we ran into this Haitian woman at the museum, and because I didn't feel like getting locked up, I let her rock. She was so enthralled with herself to be leading a tour with all these white Frenchmen, not a black person in the bunch. And she had to come over. Well, I'm going to wait until Sister Brooke and Brother Divine get in here, but she really pissed me off. And
which museum was this?
And she didn't do your people no justice. The Negro Burial Ground.
Okay.
In Lower Manhattan.
Okay.
She was taking them on a tour of that, but she was real out of pocket. So, keeping in line with the fraud, let's deal with these Indian folks, shall we? See, this lady gonna tell all the tea. Hold on.
Everybody and their mother wanted to go to the United States. I saw the cracks and I warned people. When I served in India, what I saw in terms of industrialized fraud, there is a huge back industry where you have storefronts after storefronts focused on basically creating fraudulent documents, fake transcripts, fake bank statements, fake degree certificates to use the visa loophole to cut the line and actually emigrate to the US. And the H-1B visa is a guest worker visa. It's a temporary status visa, but these are not exemplary individuals. These are run-of-the-mill people. They get sashayed into the OPT program, and then they get preferential treatment by the Silicon Valley managers. We were just like so overwhelmed that there was this pressure to issue. We don't have that luxury of time. But there were politicians, whether from South India arena or from Delhi itself, saying you need to issue visas. Even if that individual is not qualified, we had this ludicrous pressure to say, if that person is not a terrorist, go ahead and issue.
Out of all the 50,000 plus visa applications, how many of those were legitimate?
Easily between 70 to 80%. That was my denial rate. Everyone's benefiting in this whole system, right? There's kickbacks that everyone gets. The H-1B manager, they would prefer their own Indian people because it's not about, because the Indians are the best and the brightest. Bribery is quite normalized. I saw a lot of H-1Bs as well as J-1s who have bought their seats into medical school. That sort of stuff does not jive with our values.
Are these H-1B visa holders superior to Americans in every way imaginable?
Absolutely not in screaming letters, NOT. Everybody and their mother wanted to go to the United States.
So when she said they buy their way into these medical schools, they're no different than, Felicity Huff, the actress, and them who bought their children access to various institutions of learning. So again, you will have these folks who will come over here and say, you know, we're doing better than you, you know, in an inhonest way, you know. But I don't hear the pan goofies talk about that, you know. Let me just play this clip because now you got Latino on Latino pissed off at each other over who controls the market in the Bronx. Check this out.
Supermarket, he counts 30 unregulated vendors who leave boxes everywhere. He says there's garbage all over the ground, including old fruit and eggs.
They don't have no refrigeration, and they're selling multiple different items. I even seen vendors selling eggs, not refrigerated. A mess of box. They're blocking the sidewalk. They don't pick up their garbage.
Cruz claims his constant request for urgent help from city officials is ignored, and he's just trying to hang in there.
We love the community. We invested in the community. We want to be part of the community. We need help.
The Cruz tells 1010 Wins if some kind of help doesn't come soon, his supermarket's going to close. Glenn Shuck, 1010 Wins, 92.3 FM, Jerome Avenue and Fordham Road in the Bronx.
What's the issue? What's the issue? This is what you voted for. You voted for McMonkey. So, you know, this is what you wanted. Why are you complaining? You don't care that it's happening. You don't care when it's happening to us. When black American street vendors out there, y'all was complaining because they trying to do it again. I don't know if you know about the soap plug. You know about the soap plug, Marcia? Oh, man. See, you got to be in the streets. You got to be in the streets to get soap plug. But anyway.
I'm in the house healing people.
There is a market. A lot of brothers are selling 100-gallon, 200-gallon, 500-gallon tubs of Tide, Persil, the scented beads, bleach, degreasers, and you get a great bargain. You know, one of them giant tubs is like $40, and then they got bundles for like $125. So you make out like a fat rat. You got a lot of laundry detergent and household cleaner for a year and a half, depending on how many people live in your household. And when the black dudes were starting it, you know, they was making money out here crazy. They used to post up by Gateway. You know, a lot of them deliver. You know, I'm going to try to pull up a video, but a lot of them deliver. But now you got the, what do you call those? The Hispanics who trying to move in on the market. And, you know, they being disrespectful. Hold on, let me play this. I want y'all to see this. I want y'all to see this for yourselves so you know what I'm talking about. Check it out. This soap gang strong. This is where I get mine from, but here we go.
Happy New Year's.
Come to keep it clean. Come to keep it clean.
That's all right. That's all. Happy New Year. What bring you in today?
Well, the wife called me up
Uh-huh.
and told me a couple of her coworkers came out for sanitation and picked up some stuff.
Got you.
She told me on my lunch break.
Now you see those big giant tubs? Got Tide with Oxy. You got Persil. I'll continue.
Come in here and we make it happen.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
I think she said she wanted some Tide.
Got you.
Oxy.
Uh-huh.
How much are they a tub?
So it's $26, right?
$26 for one of those large things of detergent. So now the Latinos are trying to cut in on the market. You see? They don't got a problem when they do it to us. When we the plug, it's a problem. Now they trying to move in on the market. And this guy also delivers as well. Hold on.
You have to buy a minimum of 4.
Okay. All right, so what else we got?
We got Tide, we got Downy, we got Suavitel, we got Green Gain Softener, we got regular Gain, we got the Free and Clear, we got the Drug for the babies, We have bleach for the pets or whatever. We have the green apple Dawn. We have the blue platinum Dawn, and we have the Fabuloso back there.
All right, so I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take 3 types.
Okay.
I'll take a blue Dawn. I'll take a bleach.
Now, I'm gonna pause this. I just wanted y'all to see what this is. So he sell the pods too. You don't like the liquid, he sell the pods. But you get that big tub for $26. By the way, he's over there on Atlantic Avenue, for those who want to know. But he delivered throughout the city, Long Island, even Pennsylvania. They deliver. So now you got them coming in, but it's not a problem when they do it to us. It's not a problem. And this is why we got to deal with this illegal migrants. So you think those are good prices, Brother Black? He says yes. You think those good prices, Marcia?
Absolutely. And there's one, a black man, I was trying to look up the address, I couldn't find it, but in Queens, on Farmers Boulevard, between Linden and Murdoch, I can't tell you what street in between, but you'll find him, and he's doing the same thing. I stopped to buy there last year, and I still got so.
You know what? The way I think, I put it on the street. I break them down into dimes.
Oh, they got those too.
Yeah, see?
They got those too.
They're making a killing.
But I'm saying, everybody trying to pull into the market. But it's not a problem when it's done to us. Ain't nobody crying. You see what I'm saying? Sister Brooke, you ready?
Well, Sister Keisha, what they got to do is like the Koreans. They got the makeup and wig game on smash. The brothers got to keep it tight. That's it. The Asians do it too. Excuse me, the Latinos do it too. With bodegas and all that.
They absolutely do. They do. However, where you get the game from? Because he been doing this. Him, like she said, the dude in Queens, they got another partner on Long Island. They been doing this. He been the plug. Everybody want to do what we doing. Get your own goddamn thing. Anyway, let me get Sister Brooke up in here on the Brooklyn Bridge. Sister Brooke, give me the thumbs up. We ready to rock and roll. Let's rock and roll.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, Sister Marcia. You've been missed. Hi, Brother Black. How you doing? Hi, Big Sis Keisha. How you doing? You know, we be talking on a regular basis, you know. Yeah, I just want to say one quick thing. Brother Black, the issue is that when foundational Black American brothers start things like that, and then other groups decide they want to get in on the market, somehow it becomes illegal for us. That's the problem. So it's not that they have to put a corner on the market. It's not about that, or they have to put their stamp on the market. The problem is we put our stamp on the market, and then the police come with their boot. And that is the problem. And so because I don't know, even with the dollar cab situation, that is completely and utterly illegal. If foundational Black Americans did that, they would be locked up left and right. That would not happen. When foundational Black Americans was selling barbecue, it was not allowed, but I smell jerk chicken everywhere. And I ain't mad. I'm not mad because I'll be buying it. Okay. I love, especially if you don't let the chicken sit on the grill for too long and turn into steak. You know, I hate that. That drives me crazy. When you let that chicken cook too long and then it's chewy and whatnot, it don't taste like. But when your chicken nice and tender, I'm gonna buy some. Okay. So, but the thing is, like I said, this is the problem. What is legal for some, or what is allowed to be legal for some, is not legal for us. And that's the problem. We're sitting there when we went to the museum, I know she got footage and she gonna play it. We saw all of them out there selling fake bags. And let's not forget the whole reason that
wait, sis. I want you to break this down.
Because she was in the car with me and I was going off.
See, I used to work down in that area in Soho. So we driving through Chinatown. And I told Sister Brooke, I said, the Africans is working for the Chinese mafia and they control the market out here. Now, I want y'all to think, Marcia and Black, when the Chinese was out there selling counterfeit goods, you saw them on every block throughout Chinatown. This is something different.
Yo.
When I say 100 on a block, 100 or more on a block.
You can't even walk. You can't even walk down the block. It's so many of them with their stuff laid out everywhere. Like
the last time I real quick, Sister Brooke, real quick. The last time I was in New York, that was how 28th and Broadway was and Canal Street specifically.
No, now it's the whole thing.
Wow.
It's the whole thing. That's right. It'd be 1 or 2 blocks. And I mean actual, not the the square block, but like it was everywhere. It was everywhere. And this is open air illegal activity happening every single day during broad daylight. And I want everyone to remember the whole reason that Professor James Smalls got into trouble with Ghana is because he was talking about how the video popped back up again when he was talking about the fact that the Black Americans were not allowed to sell books, legal books on 125th Street, and the Africans were allowed to sell their illegal goods. That is what Professor James Smalls was talking about, okay? When Ghana, some investor in Ghana pulled out $800,000 from his pissy pool hotel that Dr. Short talked about the other week, okay? So this is the issue. So that was happening back then on 125th Street, and we still got this. And I saw an interview with Nick Shirley where he asked the police, well, how come you're not arresting them? Because he was out there like a couple weeks ago. He's like, how come you're not arresting them? And the police was like, we arrest them and they get out the same day. And again, this is what I'm saying. When people will be like, oh, well, illegals get arrested all the time. Yeah, but they get released. The charges are not either they're not sticking or they're able to duck the charges because they're not legal. They don't have social security numbers. Nobody can find them. So I don't know exactly how it's happening, but they're allowed to come out there every single day when if it was a Black American, they would be locked up faster than I don't know what. And this is the issue that we have. And the fact that people want to play blind, like if there's not a difference being made here, grinds my gears. And I'm going to point it out every chance I get.
This was crazy. And this is mild. What you see here is mild. When she turned the corner, she was like, oh my God. You like when I said you can't walk. You can't walk. Mind you, who are their number one customers?
White folks. While you sitting here trying to impress white folks at your job with your Louis Vuitton purse so they could then deny you of a raise because they be like, oh, you make too much goddamn money. Right. They out there buying fakes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Pause. Look at the bells. Look at the bells. Oh yeah, and Brother Black, they was out there playing 3-Card Monte too. But let me go.
Who the hell was that?
this dude right here, let me see if I can make it. This dude, he was calling them to bring more merchandise down the block. Now I'm paying attention while we sitting at the light. We waved the dude to bring more product down the block. Pause. You see this opening right here? This is where the Chinese mafia is at.
Mm-hmm.
Because let me give you another tidbit of history. Right under there are where the original fight clubs used to be. You know, back in the 80s and the 70s, when the gangs used to rumble, they used to go, it's tunnels down there. It's tunnels down. And they used to let them rock. Real fight clubs. For the gamblers back in the day, you know what I'm talking about. I used to date a couple of them, so I know what I'm talking about. But anyway.
Remember, this class of migrants, even though they're African in this case, is the same class, well, the same time frame when the Latinos were staying in all the downtown hotels, beating cops up and getting into it with them all the time and robbing tourists, even killed a few. So it's the same. They treating all the migrants the same, and they probably getting welfare and living in them same hotels, but they don't focus on them because they Black. They wanted Tren de Aragua and MS-13 to be known as the putting in work dudes, not, you know, vending illegally on the street, which is, in my way of looking at it, not really a crime like, you know, kidnapping or extortion or some crazy.
No, this is a crime.
Yeah.
This is a crime.
No. Of course, but it's not violence. I'm saying. I'm talking about the violence of it. The violence, not the is it a crime or not. It is a crime, but
it's violence. I could not roll the street.
Go ahead, Sister Marcy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Jaquan and I could not roll the streets. But to this point, like, these are the marketplace that you find in the islands. They're just popping up and doing these things. Even on Jamaica Avenue in Queens, I'm just baffled by the food that they're selling. Things don't look kosher. And when I'm out there, I'm like, where are the police? Because they block up the sidewalk completely. But in Queens, it's not Black folks. It's a whole bunch of Hondurans and Colombians and Ecuadorians. So they're different kind of people, but they're still people blocking up the roads and making a mess and always having these fruits that you just wonder where you get all these fruits from. It's impossible. And they're humongous. They're this and that. And then you see the line of people going in line to buy the fruits. And you're like, why are you buying that? That doesn't look natural. That doesn't look healthy to me. But needless to say, it is a nuisance. It's a public nuisance and it's a crime.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
I remember back in the day when Black American brothers was selling bootleg videos. And the police used to come and confiscate all the videos. You know why? Because it was a copyright infringement. Where are all the stores? I remember when they used to complain. Where's all the stores on Fifth Avenue? You know what I'm saying? Saks. You know what I mean? Or Louis Vuitton. Why are none of them complaining about the trademark copyright infringement happening on the fake goods? They're not even good fakes too. You can see that yellow on the, you know, on the handle. You know that yellow is supposed to be a little bit brown. That handle is so pink. You can see that from the car as we driving. I'm like, them ain't even good fakes. So where is that? How come that's not happening? Where's the FBI? I just remember how much trouble our men used to get into for selling those bootleg videos. And now the Chinese mafia is allowed to do it. The Africans who work for the Chinese mafia are allowed to do it. But Black men can't sell soap.
Store inside a brick and mortar, they're giving them problems
legally.
Exactly.
Legally. But all of this illegal activity is happening throughout the city, from the dollar vans to the, and that fruit, first of all, when you buy that fruit, it spoils the very next day. So I don't know if they buying it off, because I knew someone who delivered fruit to the city. And they would talk about how they would deliver the fruit first to the small hat neighborhoods. And then that fruit would sit there for 2 or 3 days. And then they would go and pick up that fruit and then take it to our neighborhoods. So I don't know if there's then another economy that picks it up from our neighborhoods and then they get it, because that's what it seemed like. And then they sell it on the street, because that fruit is terrible. I don't understand why people, I understand it's cheaper, but it is not a better quality. And like you said, some of it you wonder, like, where is it coming from? Like, I don't know if a lot of people know that supermarket with the A, read the stuff on the side of it. A lot of that stuff is genetically modified. That's why it's so goddamn cheap.
That's right.
I don't know if we can say the brand names, but I don't shop
I know
at
which
that
one you
supermarket.
talking about, and people
and
be
everybody,
running
they
in
love
there.
it in there. They love it
I
in
went
there.
in there one time. I went in there. No, let me be honest. I went in there twice. Once in Florida, and in Florida, my cousin and I were talking about it, and she was like, "You know what? You're right. I shouldn't be buying my food from here." And I was like, "Thank you for listening." Then I went back because there's one not too far from me. So, you go out to the malls and stuff like that, and you're like, "Oh, let's go look." And then you look it inside, and it's like everybody's up. Some type of head with a C trying to grab the food, and you're just like, why are you grabbing the food like that? So I don't shop in that store either. I find it very suspicious.
Look at the labels.
A lot of the Indians go there.
I'm not lying. It says this has genetically modified material in it.
Or
and everybody I know be like, "Oh, how cheap it is," and always, it's got good quality and blah blah blah, and it's fresh. Yeah, freshly genetically modified.
Cultivated, cultured. There's a whole bunch of new label names for things, and if you're not reading the labels and get in touch with a real farm, right? Get in touch with the real farm. You don't have as much, but it's gonna be fresher than what's happening right now.
So I don't know. I be seeing a lot of people shopping at that new A supermarket, and I'll be like, not me. Nope, I'm good. I'll stick it to the same old ones and then just read the labels, that I've been going to, and I'll just try to read the labels as much as I can, because now my new thing is I'm trying to avoid folic acid. I don't know if you guys have heard about the folic acid, but that's my new. And then I found out they got folic acid in the grits. I was hot as fish grease. Folic, and now I got to buy organic grits. I said, Lord have mercy. They just trying to kill us out here.
It's a lot.
You got to find a
agree with
farm
you.
that's gonna
I have to agree with you.
Hold on.
Or
I got you with the
down
farm.
where we can make our own farms.
I got you with the farm. Remind me after I finish this, but I got y'all with the farm. Don't worry about it.
Let me know.
I got the plug. Don't worry about it. All right.
We always got the plug. And they asking you to put the plug in the chat.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Don't worry about it.
That soap plug right there. They not playing with that soap plug.
I got you.
Let's keep him in business.
I got you. Now, like I said, when he was waving to them to bring more goods, excuse me, this is one of the warehouses. Now, in the lookout, but see, I used to work down here. You're gonna see the Asian woman walk past. Like she regular person on the street, but she the lookout. And the gate gonna go down. Boom! There she go. Boom! That's the lookout right there. So it's a whole operation. Look at this corner. Look at this corner. And this is mild. Okay? This is mild to what we seen. He got one of the A bags right here. Speaking of the A bags, he got one of those right there. But that's mild to what we saw. They were coming out into the street. That's how many of them it was. And you never seen the Chinese operated like that. You never seen the Chinese operated like that. Now, let's move to the black farmers, shall we? All right. Told you I got the plug. Fresh Together, the farmer's market. Bet on Black. All right? I got y'all. Now, if you want the meat or you want the groceries, I got it all. I'm going to put this one in the chat, and then I'll pull up the meat. All right? Let me pull this one because I'll forget. Y'all remind me about the meat. All right? So you get it direct from Black farmers. Okay? All you got to do, matter of fact, all you got to do is Google it. Black farmers. Buy direct from Black farmers. That's all you got to do. And a lot of their packages are cheap. It really is. When you look at it, this one got eggs, bread, grains, starches, all of that stuff, right? And I think these are from Virginia. I think. Can't remember. Because there are 3 that I shot from, 3 or 4. But you sign up and they'll start sending you deals. Now, don't miss out on the deals. You don't want to miss out on the deals because they got sweet packages. All right. So now, as far as the soap is concerned, I want you to go to TikTok and put in the search bar soap game plug. All right. Matter of fact, while y'all let me see. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. I'm putting them in the chat. Give me a second. Now, even the white dudes is trying to get in on the soap game. Even the white dude. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get it, the exact link that I shot with, into the chat. In the meantime, let me get the U.S. Freedmen Project president up on the Brooklyn Bridge. Brother Divine, what's good? What's good? What's good?
Good evening, good evening, good evening, my good people. What's going on?
Brother, I was waiting for you, and I ain't want to start
I
about our
appreciate
marriage
that.
trip without y'all.
Perfect. I appreciate y'all. The bridge is looking real.
I said, I'm going to wait until they get up in here because I don't want no problems.
Word. Because the bridge is looking real organic and gluten-free tonight. And I love it.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna put the plug for the soap in the chat. I will. Yes, buy direct from Black farmers. All you gotta do, put that in your engine. Even the brother and sister out there in Colorado, they sell direct with steak and chicken. And for those of y'all who eat pork, they got that too. You know, I don't. But that's you. Eat what you want. Do what you want. It's your belly and your gut. Do what you want. But they got it. So you don't have to. You know, me and Divine, we buy leafy toilet paper. You know what I mean? We doing shit on purpose. You know? You like that, right? You like that. You like that. Get your leafy toilet paper.
Oh, shit.
I get it once every couple of months, and I'm good. They use Amazon shipping. They don't have them on Amazon no more. So you go to Leafy Paper Products, but they use Amazon as a shipper. So normally you get about 4 days. And it's like $6, something like that for shipping. You can also subscribe and get cheaper prices. It's totally up to you how big your household is. But we got to do these things on purpose. All right? I'm put soap in the chat. Don't worry about it. So anyway, we took a nerd trip to the Negro Burial Ground. Now, it was quite interesting on many levels. Okay? First thing, before you get inside, you can see where the Ghanaians, where they had the, matter of fact, here go the team right here. I'm about to make a cartoon series about our trip. Hang tight with me. But anyway, so we pull up as you can see, Negro Burial Ground, 18th century, right? Then you have all these symbols. I'm gonna let the team talk about that. Sister Brooke was lighting the black candle. Woo, she held it in, y'all. Y'all will be proud of her. She held it in. Because a lot of her wanted to kick ass. But she didn't. She didn't. Then, this is where the Ghanaians laid their reefs. See these reefs right here? Now, these are mounds. In each mound, there's 6 of them.
7.
7, sorry. In each of them, there are 60 remains. So 7 times 60, you do the math. I don't work for y'all. You do the math. But that's the remains that are laying beneath those reefs. Literal mounds. Now, I'll let Sister Brooke and Brother Devon tell y'all their feeling when they saw this. Whoever want to go first, rock out.
Okay, I guess I'll go. I want to kick it. I want to put it like a football across the place. I want to burn it with the lighter that I had as I was trying to light my candle because it was very windy outside, trying to keep it lit all the time. So it was like the whole time I'm trying to keep this candle lit. So many things I wanted to do with those reefs, but it's federal ground, so I did not. Yeah, that was just the one of many things that was extremely disturbing. So, and then it's like before we even really saw the reefs, where we walked over there, that's when we ran into that lady from Haiti that was giving her tour to the white Frenchman about the architect of the site, which she was so excited to tell us as foundational Black Americans that it was a Haitian man who was the architect of the site, a Haitian man she knows personally because she don't even call him Mr. She call him by his
Rodney.
first name.
She said, I just call him Rodney. Showing off for the Frenchman she was with.
That right there, that's when I was like, let me keep my mouth shut because my eyes and my face was already telling it all. I was already, because she had just mentioned that it was a Haitian architect, and I was like, and then she came over here and said that, and that set my insides off.
Now wait a minute. We wasn't talking to them. We wasn't even looking in their direction. All right.
She felt the need to bring her busybody ass over to us. So why she ain't stay with her white folks, whom I'm sure she loves?
Mm-hmm.
Why she had the nerve to come over with us? Because matter of fact, it was just Black people in that tour. It was only us and that other family, and I think it was 2 gentlemen as well, who you know what I'm saying, who had tagged along. So why she felt the need to come over to talk to us about that, I have no idea. Just to, I guess, to show off.
And disrespect the Haitian man in front of the Frenchman she was with, but that's another story too. Now, as we go through this, should I play the clip first?
Yeah, it's always better to play first.
The person who designed it.
Oh, yeah.
Because
that's good to be talking about him. Mm-hmm.
Because it really behooves me, and I mentioned it to the park tour guide, National Parks tour guide of the space.
Yes, she did.
Because she saw Sister Brooke face, and the tour guide said, "Did I do anything? Is everything all right?" I said, not with you personally, but the historical reference you're giving and the overall disrespect of our lineage is what the problem is. Now, Brother Devon did record it, but it's a lot of wind in the back. So I'm going to try to clean it up. But Go ahead, Brother Devon. You tell them, your perspective on how you felt before we go into this clip.
Yeah, what's so interesting about it, and thank you for the trip. Thank you for getting us access to it. Thank you for the expertise that you brought to the exhibits that were there, with your firsthand knowledge and experience of being actually there on site when they fell through. And this is one of the things I want to dispel, because I was on, I think it was TikTok on one of the socials, and the Tether was trying to, be slick and throw them little undercover jabs that they do. So just to be clear, our burial ground and the remains of Foundation Black American Ancestors are not federal property. What happened is that they were already looking to build a federal building on the land. And in the building of it, people that were working on the building fell through and it uncovered the remains of our ancestors that was already on this land that had been slated to build a federal building on. So I just want to make that known. And then obviously it getting recognized in addition to it being on federal land because of the building that was going to be issued. That's why it's, a federal site and federal landmark. So I want to make sure that's clear, because they were trying to conflate that and it just made me tight. But what stood out to me before we even get to the outside part is, and I was telling this to Sister Keisha, because this has always been my gripe with the reparations movement. Because our argument against it is based on constitutionality. And for a while, I thought, because when we talk to most white folks and most people that are moving in good faith in the space, they don't know, right? And it's okay to be ignorant. It's not okay to be stupid. And it's damn sure not okay to play dumb. And so I'm saying that to say, what I found and come to learn is that the Pan-Africans that are in opposition to the justice claim of our ancestors are very learned folks. These are individuals with doctorates, PhDs, honorary degrees in their fields and area of study, and more importantly, in the arena of law, constitutional and otherwise. So they are very and fully aware of all the pitfalls legally and judicially and legislatively that stand against the type of claim that they're fighting for. So that begs the question: if you understand that your mission violates all of those three areas with which we are advocating for the repair and the debt owed to our ancestors, then what is your true goal? Because you already know that the way in which you're trying to advocate for what you're trying to advocate for cannot stand in any arena that you're claiming to pursue it in. And I say that to say this: throughout the entire museum, though you guys saw it, that outside and even inside, they acknowledge that it was a Negro burial ground. Like, it's on, not ancient, but it's on historical documents. But sometime before my time, the Pan-African activists came up with this plan to become the new gatekeepers because they were displeased with the old gatekeepers. And what I've acknowledged and come to understand is that they have taken their roles as the gatekeepers, not just to control our political reality, but to also control the narrative in the ways that it's spoken about. So in the film that they played, everything was enslaved African. Even after we got to the point in time where the enslaved were multi-generational Black New Yorkers. And so this is a long con that has been going on for a very long time. And so this is just some of the tools that they use. And that's kind of what we see with this burial ground, is that it's essentially a piece of Pan-African propaganda. And that Pan-African propaganda is what opened the door to everything that we're going to talk about tonight and highlight, and the ways in which they co-opted and how it's been used as a Trojan horse to allow these foreigners not to only do what Ghana did that we stood up against, but everything that they've done retroactively to our ancestors, to our justice claim, to our story, to our intellectual property, to our ethnic autonomy. Like, everything has been allowed to be co-opted based on that ideology. And that's why so many people are struggling against this movement that foundational Black Americans are forcing into the lexicon, because it's finally saying, no, we and we alone will stand for ourselves, tell you what's right and wrong, and no one else gets to Africanize it, demonize it, or lie about it any longer. And that's kind of what got exposed to me. I'll talk some more, but that's just some of my initial thoughts. I ain't mean to be long-winded, but that was just like an eye-opening part of the entire trip, as we sat in that museum and listened and read, because you can see that the propaganda is saying one thing, but when you look at the actual documents, right, you got documents that are saying at the time in New York that you had Negro enslaved, Africans enslaved, and Indians that were enslaved.
That's right.
And so this idea that all of a sudden this propaganda comes out of the religion of Pan-Africanism, that no one was here until Africans were brought over, the documents of those days debunk it, but somehow those that acknowledge that truth are seen as crazy or quacks or misinformed. And we're just not going with the bullshit no more. Because if the if the white people say all Black folks came from Africa, then that white history is good. but when we say, oh no, there was a mixture of people enslaved, and we are the mixture of those different groups, all of a sudden, oh, so you listening to the white man now? It's a bunch of bullshit. And they jump around because they don't have a moral or principled center with which to stand on. They stand on anything and everything as long as it's convenient and helps them push their propaganda. And we just here to say no more. So, and I'm going to say no more on that point for now.
Facts. It's facts. Now, last week, Tab brought up the book, Bullwhip Days, The Slaves Remember. All right? I would suggest, because it can be a difficult read because of the language, how they articulate it back then, to listen to it on audiobook. Chapter 5, the end of chapter 5, they confirm. Now, these are the slaves who survived. This is their account. They confirm what we've been saying. One slave in particular, or enslaved person, formerly, said that the Negroes went with the buyers to the ships, some free, some enslaved, but they worked on those ships of the Africans that came in. And the Africans told them they ate meat raw, they slept on the ground naked, and that they lived a savage life. That's what they said the Africans told them. Now, as you move on to chapters 11 through 15, some of them talk about the freedmen. They confirm what we've been saying. Last week, Dr. Short mentioned how maybe some of the things that Malcolm and others said did our history a disservice. Now, when you think about the house Negro and the field Negro, you think about that explanation that Malcolm gave you. But in this book, it's something different. For example, I believe they were in Tennessee, chapter 13, I think it was, talked about the Civil War. How some of them had to fight on the side of the Confederacy by choice and some not choice. They talked about how when they got free, some of them worked out deals with the former enslavers, especially those that were going broke. One particular story, the man said he was able to buy his former, what do you call it, blacksmith workshop that was on the plantation. And he said the former enslaver was fair in paying him for his goods and services. He said when that former enslaver got sick, he was worried and would pray that he survived because he knew that if he died, the brother would take possession of the property. And he said the brother was vicious and brutal and will steal everything. Sure enough, the enslaver died, and the brother did exactly what that former enslaved person said. Now, you think of it the way Malcolm said it, but you ain't enslaved. You're not making business out of slavery. So I want you to start rethinking a lot of things. Again, some of us move with antiquated information. We like things that sound good. May not be good, but it sounds good. So, depending on the circumstances, which side would you choose? And you had another enslaved person who said that some of the people who worked in the field would tell, would fall on the side of the master so that they could become overseers and vicious. Now, again, when you think of the field Negro, in comparison to how Malcolm explained it, doesn't sound quite right. But this is their accounts. We have the history. You don't have to imagine. It's there. So anyway, if you can't get the audio book, Bullwhip Days the Slave Remembered, and listen for yourself. Then you come back and you tell me what you think. All right? I'm on chapter 35. So anyway, we're going to move on.
Hold on. Before you move on.
Go ahead.
I wanted to remind you of something that you taught us at the museum. When President Devine was saying that, you know, that it was called the Negro Burial Ground, we bought that land. It was paid for and purchased by said Negroes. So when people are saying it's federal land, when I was there and I said to the Ghanaians, you disrespect us in the same way as the white people that are here. It's bad enough, I said, it's bad enough that they have built all these buildings on land that they stole from us. But now you hold hands with them and attempt to do black magic on the very bones they attempted to cover up. You stand with them. You're there. You didn't ask us if that's what we wanted. No, as long as Mondami said it was okay as long as Kathy Holcomb said it was all, as long as the federal government said it was okay. You took your happy slave selling ass over there and did what you wanted to do and disregarded what we wanted, what we said for, you disrespected our ancestors' graves, and you cared not, because you still look at us like the very slaves you sold to begin with. You are sitting there and holding hands with your business partners. They were your business partners back then, and you see them as your business partners today. And I'm done.
And I got pictures from the museum to show you exactly what human beings were sold for. Because I took photos. All right. But anyway, we're going to play this clip. And we'll come right back. Those links are in the chat for the book, for the soap game strong, for the Black Farmers box, and leafy toilet paper. Those things are in the chat, along with the email link to send those emails. So hold on. This is a clip about the person, Haitian man, Rodney Leon, who designed the outdoor space of the Negro Burial Ground.
Welcome to part 2 of my series covering the 30th anniversary of the African Burial Ground's discovery in Lower Manhattan. In part 1, I explored the national monument built on this sacred ground and provided some historical and cultural information with a sampling of music to honor the ancestors. In this episode, we have a very special guest, celebrated architect Rodney Leon, who was the actual designer of the African Burial Ground Memorial. I met Mr. Leon as a part of the anniversary celebrations, and in this episode, he explains the 7 elements of the memorial in his own words, sharing with us the thought process around what he designed here. I'm very pleased and honored to welcome Mr. Leon to Black in the Core.
The memorial that we're at the center of right now is called the Ancestral Libation Chamber. And this memorial is meant to commemorate the African Burial Ground National Monument and the people that are buried here that died. And this particular 18th century burial ground was rediscovered 30 years ago in October during the construction of the Federal Office Tower adjacent to the site. So we designed this memorial with 7 elements in mind to talk about, in different ways, the people that were buried here, the significance of the site's spiritual and emotional significance to the ancestors that are buried here and to the people who are the descendants of those ancestors, and to also communicate and educate that to the rest of the world community who comes to visit the site. So the 7 elements include a mound, series of 7 mounds that mark the location of the reinterments of the remains that were uncovered on this site. And that is called the Ancestral Reinterment Zone. And that Ancestral Reinterment Zone is the first element that you walk upon when you enter into the site, that not just encompasses the 7 mounds, but also trees, and that are overseen as ancestral trees mounds as well. The second element is what you see is the wall facing Duane Street. And that element is known as the Wall of Remembrance. And on that Wall of Remembrance is prominently featured the Sankofa symbol, which is a heart.
Hold it. You got the Sankofa symbol. But we just told you everybody wasn't African. But this whole monument or design is dedicated to Africans. That equates to flat blackness.
Mm-hmm.
None of those symbols that he commissioned represent Negroes. Not a one. But let's continue.
Heart-shaped symbol that comes from the Adinka people of West Africa in the area of Ghana and the Ivory Coast. And that Sankofa symbol means to look back to the past and take what you can from the past and learn from it in order to move forward.
Pause. Now you see why Ghana felt comfortable to come and lay reefs there? That's why. Pay attention. Here we go.
The future. So this idea, this concept of learning from the past and taking your history from the past that has been lost and retrieving that is a very powerful and important aspect that describes what we're trying to do here at the site. To really reclaim what was lost, what was stolen, and taking that with us so that we can move forward and heal into the future. On that same set wall, that same element are the words for all those who were lost, for all those who were stolen, for all those who were left behind, and for all those who are not forgotten. And in our minds, we
pause. All who was stolen. Why didn't it say all who was sold? Because on the inside, they show you what they were sold for. Some of them. Some of them. Mm-hmm. This is destiny swapping right in front of your eyes.
We say that as a libation phrase, an acknowledgement of the ancestors, an acknowledgement of the people that were buried here, so that we do not ever forget, and we continue to say their names, even if we don't know them literally, but to begin to claim that history, to claim that past, and to move forward into the future. The third element that we have in the memorial site as well is the memorial wall, which is a map that describes the scale and scope of the burial ground. Many people don't know that this 18th century burial ground is actually about 4.5 acres large. It extends all the way from Broadway past Wayne Street, the memorial site, all the way into Foley Square to the east, and then extends back towards City Hall and Chambers Street to the south. So that site is much more expansive, and most of the buildings around the memorial itself are sitting on the historical 18th century burial ground. So that memorial wall and that map on that memorial wall really starts to give you a sense of how significantly large the site is. And within that historic cemetery, they're estimated to be about 15,000 burials, perhaps more. So that third element is meant to describe that. The fourth element is this ancestral chamber, which is this pyramidal ship-like vessel that you pass through in order to go from the upper level into the lower level port. And that element is meant to acknowledge the significance of the Middle Passage and the experience of people that died during that Middle Passage to come to the Western Hemisphere during that period of that tragic period of our history. One passes through the ancestral chamber through what we call the door of return. And that door of return is inspired by the door of no return from Gorée Island in Senegal, where people were taken never to return. So we created this door of return as a counterpoint to that, as an opportunity for us to think about how one might be able to heal and learn from that tragic past, and then return to a place which is much more whole, and to, as in Sankofa, in that spirit of Sankofa, go back and to reclaim what was lost, what was stolen, and to help to heal ourselves moving forward into the future. So when you pass through that fourth element, you then come into a space which we are in a circular court, and that circular court is encircled by a series of symbols. And those symbols that we call the circle of the diaspora represent all the different types of cultural and spiritual traditions of people of African descent from different parts of the world, from Africa, from the Caribbean, from Central and South America, and from other places.
Africa, Central and South America, and other places. This is part of the erasure that we're talking about. Now, let's move on over to Professor Alon. Let him explain to you what some of these symbols mean.
A Ghanaian symbol, man. The quote-unquote African burial ground in Manhattan, New York has a Ghanaian symbol.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is an Adinkra symbol, and it has meaning. It is Sankofa Dwa. Sankofa means go back and get it. Go back and get what?
Is Ghana going back to try to steal our identity?
I found out with.
What's happening here? What's happening? Are you connecting the dots? Are you connecting the dots? What did the person who designed this space say? Africa, Central and South America, Caribbean. Even though when we're talking about the state of New York, the first to enslave people here were the Dutch. They came with, and I quote, 11 Angolans. 11. So what's all this about? Crazy work. Crazy work.
That describe human characteristics that allow people to get through struggle. It describes the idea of transition from physical space to sacred space, and also starts to describe ideas around God, spirituality, and religion. And it shows the kind of disparate transformation, but also the commonality of a lot of these spiritual symbols from Africa that have been transformed over time since the Middle Passage occurred, and over time throughout the parts of the Western Hemisphere. People of African descent taking those spiritual traditions and then creating their own culture and traditions around that historic commonality. So that circle of diaspora, and that encircles us, also is indicative of a movement of a spiral that one comes into the court around. And you'll see on the center of this court, in the spiral pattern we call the sixth element, which is the spiral procession, random descriptions engraved into the court of the people that died and were buried here. So we don't know necessarily the details around their personal lives or their names, but we do know from archaeological excavations the general gender or sex of the people that died and were uncovered here. We have a sense of like how old they were. We also have a number that identifies those people. So we felt that it was important to create an opportunity for you to get a sense of who was buried here. And what you can find and learn from that is that many people that were buried here died at a very early age. A good, I would say, majority of the people that died were very young. And that's indicative.
They were children. They were children. From 0 to 6 months, they were children. But you see how they try to not just destiny swap and co-opt our history. If you don't know what you're talking about, if you don't have a true grasp of history, especially in the states in which you reside, and we talk about New York here. We talk about New York. I know how many came here. I know. Now, I want y'all, Sister Brooke, Brother Divine, to begin to discuss, if you will, those symbols that you saw, in connection with the images that we saw inside. Because we did get to see some images of those remains. 419 that they excavated. There are thousands more. Because you have to remember that whole area of downtown Manhattan at one time pretty much belonged to us. There are even some Irish folks that are buried there. Some Indians that are buried there. He didn't talk about none of that. History is not meant to make you feel good. It's to give you a clear understanding of a particular time period. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You can't pull shit out that just makes you feel good. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Go ahead.
Okay, so Brother Divine is stiff, so I guess I'll go first. So much. One, why the hell did they have somebody whose ancestors are not connected to that land be the architect? Why? We are not going to IT asking to do, you know what I'm saying, work over there and design it and your cultural whatever. We're not over there fucking with your citadel. We're not doing that. Why is he the architect? Because it shows the disconnect that he has with our culture and our community. I wanted you to think about with all of those symbols. One of the things is, and you know, it's witchcraft happening there because they also had the symbol of voodoo there. What the does that have to do with anything? Even if you want to say that some of our ancestors were Christian and some of them were Muslim, wasn't nobody dealing with Papa Legba. I saw that symbol there. Then when you look at it, he said it's a spiral. And you know where it all stops at? Here with us. A spiral that each stop on the spiral is a place where they said that the boats dropped Africans off at. But today in present time, when you stand in the middle of that spiral, your voice echoes. And that in the middle of that spiral is the United States, our homeland, where we are, where our ancestral bones are. And when you stand in that spot, your voice echoes out. Everyone can see you from that spot. So he's even in that, he's showing that it all leads back to us. The fact that he thought that it was a good idea to replicate the door of no return on the graves of the few Africans that were there, what make you think that they would want to remember into eternity the door of no return, the saddest day of their life, the day when they realized that their family members sold them into slavery? Why would you put a shrine to the murder weapon on the grave of the people you sold? Make that make sense to me. The feeling I got, and Sister Keisha and Brother Divine can tell you, the feeling I got when I saw it, when I saw it, I knew what the fuck it was. My spirit knew what the fuck it was. I said, this is the door of no return. Nobody had to tell me shit. I didn't learn it. I didn't know it. I felt it. My soul felt it. And when I walked in there, my soul felt it again. And I instantly started to cry. Because I started to really, really feel how insulting that was. How disrespectful this shit really is. How dare these people do shit like this on our... You know why he can do something like that? Do they have a door of return? Or a door of return or no return or return, whatever the fuck you want to call it? Do they have that shit in Haiti? Do they have a shrine to the door of return in Brazil? How about Jamaica? How about Trinidad? How about Barbados? But you gonna put that shit on our ancestors' grave? I vowed that we will fix that shit. I promised my ancestors and yours that we will go back and we will tear, like the women in Brewster Place, we gonna tear that wall down. Fuck that shit.
I'm gonna let my sister take a break. I'm gonna let my sister, because it's a lot. It's heavy. Now, what you're looking at are slave traders use metal and beads to enslave people. Europeans and Africans bought it with metal bands called manillas and beads like these. There were only 2 of the items used in, hold on, because I'm looking through the screen. 2 of the items used in a centuries-long trade that also included firearms, gunpowder, gold, palm oil, salt, textile, and more. So these little beads that some little girls wear in their hair, this is what human beings were sold for. Nobody was stolen. They were sold. Now, let me minimize this. The remains of 419 men, women, and children were uncovered when the site was excavated in 1991 and 92. All were reburied in honor in the rites of the ancestral return ceremony in 2003. These remains were just a fraction of the burials in the Negro Burial Ground. And I'm going to keep saying that because that's the original name. Now, this wall right here is where you could see some of the remains. Now, I'm not going to sit on that for a minute. You got to go there and see it for yourself. I want you to feel what that's like. Babies, 0 months old. I want you to see what that's like for yourself. Okay? I want you to see what it's like for yourself. Now, some of the enslaved had to push up these barrels. So, Brother Divine and Sister Brooke tried to do it. Could you imagine having to do 500 of those a day? And you wonder why there was so much wear and tear on the body? It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, last week, Brother Tag gave y'all a bit of a history lesson about why we hang at the corner store. That's what you call a badge and incident of slavery. Now, how many of y'all grew up when your parents told you you had to be home before the street lights went on? If your parents ever told you that you had to be home by the time the street lights came on, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, because I'm going to connect the dots and show you how that is a badge and incident of slavery. New York law for regulating Negroes and slaves in the night. Be it ordained by the mayor, recorder, aldermen, and affiliates to the city of New York, convened in common council, and is hereby ordained by the authority of the same, that from henceforth no Negro, mulatto, Indian slave above the age of 14 do presume to be or appear in any streets of the city on the south side of the ref water in the nighttime above an hour after sunset, and that if any such Negro, mulatto, or Indian slave aforesaid shall be found in any of the streets in the city or any other place on the south side of the water in the nighttime above 1 hour after sunset without a lantern or a lit candle, so that the light therefore may plainly be seen, and is not in the company of his or her master or mistress, of a white person, you was in trouble. Now let's break it down. No Negro or Indian, mulatto, made free henceforth, shall be allowed to own property in the colony of New York. No slave may be free without $200 bond being paid in case they became a public charge. No slaves over the age of 14 may be seen after nightfall without a lantern by which they can be plainly seen. Funerals must be held during daylight hours. Slaves are not permitted to gamble for money. Slaves caught riding a horse recklessly or fast within the city may be whipped. Let's think about this real quick. Like I said, your parents told you to be home before the street lights. You gotta say, where did this stuff come from? Because they was trying to save your life.
Mm-hmm.
And that DNA trauma passed down to our great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and some of us do it with our children today. That is a badge and an incident of slavery. When you say, why don't Black people buy more property? This is why. It was law. You couldn't have it. You couldn't have it. That DNA trauma is passed down. Funerals today are held in the daytime, during daylight hours. Normally, funerals are 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm lying, I'm flying. These are badges and incidents of slavery, which is in contempt of the 13th Amendment. That's why they still owe us reparations to the descendants of freedmen. That's why you owe it.
Hey, Sister Keisha.
Hold on, Black. We still live with that today. Slaves are prohibited, from fetching water on Sundays unless the well was adjacent to the master's home. Every household is required to keep watch for suspicious nighttime behavior of slaves. Now, when something happens in the community, the first thing the police do, instead of doing their goddamn jobs, is ask you, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? That's a badge and an incident of slavery. Go ahead, Brother Black.
I just wanted the people out there to know that in New York City in the 70s, in the 80s, maybe even into the early 90s, we got ritualized every night at that time by a song called Moody's Mood by King Pressure. So if you want to know that song, anybody from New York that grew up in them time periods knows that song very well, because Frankie Crocker, the DJ that was the program director on WBLS at the time, played it every night at 8 o'clock. At least every night he was on. That's all I wanted to say. You got it back.
Got you. Thanks for that, Brother Black. The 18th instant at night from the subscriber of the city of New York, 4 Negro men, Liz Lester, and about 40 years of age, had on a white flannel jacket and drawers, duck towels, and a homespun shirt. Caesar, about 18 of age, clothed in the same manner. Isaac, age 17, clothed in the same manner, except his breeches were leather. And Mingo, 15 years of age, with the same clothing. All of them tried to escape or escaped. Whoever delivers either of the said Negroes to the subscriber shall receive 20 shillings. I think that's about 70 cents. Y'all can Google that and tell me if I'm wrong. But I think that's what it is for that time. A reward for each. Now, think about today when a crime takes place. Oftentimes, the police will offer a reward. If you've seen or heard anything, that is a badge or incident of slavery. Our circumstances in this country are unique, different from any immigrant, no matter the hue who comes here. None of you have that history here. None of you. So that's why you shouldn't receive reparations. That's why you have to stop leaning on us. Brother Devon, your thoughts?
I know you're the queen of receipts and getting them quick, so I just want to say, could you find real quick that the image on that mock slave ship with the that Dr. Alan talked about with the Sankofa heart symbol, real quick?
I'm gonna pull up the image. Give me 1 second.
No doubt, no doubt.
You talk about this Adinkra symbol, right?
Yeah, on side of the ark.
Okay. Here we go.
And the words, real quick, because I want that to be on the screen when I'm talking.
Let's see.
If possible.
No, I cut it off. All right. I could go back to his video and just pause it. I'll do that.
All right, cool. No worries. So there's a method to the madness. So I wanted to make sure we look at that because it might have even been from the video. I think in the video she was playing when they was interviewing whatever his name, Rodney Leon. I think it was in there. But either way, so I wanted the words that were on there to be showing. That's the more important part.
Okay.
But either way, I could just start talking about it. So I did, as I was talking at the grounds, this is after, what Sister Brooks says she experienced there when she came. And after that experience, and, we were able to talk and just, help console her and just be there for her on the grounds of our ancestors. Especially, and even if not directly, the ancestors of our people, of our ethnic group, of this lineage. One of the things that came to my mind, there we go, is this. And y'all know I always bring it back to Pan-Africanism because in my opinion and what I've seen doing this work and advocating and just what is continuously being revealed, I call Pan-Africanism the sleeper cells of the disrespectful diasporans. And here's why. As he was reading that and we were talking about that, Sister Keisha pointed out that it said for those that were stolen. And now we know how much of a lie that is, how much of Pan-African propaganda that is. Even when you think about one of the more preeminent or prominent Pan-African organizations that's still that's still alive and well doing work today, the D12 movement, December 12th movement. Their slogan is, they stole us, they sold us, they owe us. And I'm going to come back to that in a second because my diatribe goes around the first sentence that's next to that Ndinka and Sankofa heart symbol. And this is, for me, the fundamental foundation of Pan-Africanism. And I've said this before. The reason why delineation is kicking everybody's ass is that unless foundational Black Americans are an identityless, formless group that everyone else, including the ideology of Pan-Africanism, can then shape into whatever image they see fit for their advantage and their benefit. If we know who we are, then all those other initiatives and agendas fall by the wayside. And that first line is so key because it talks about to those that are lost. And the religion of Pan-Africanism thrives on foundational Black Americans being lost Africans in America. And they've built up entire organizations. They've built up entire movements. They built up entire initiatives on us being lost Africans. And us being lost Africans is what enabled all that we saw at this Negro burial ground. See, if you're lost, they can call you African.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lost, an Ndinka symbol will do. If you're lost, they can label you and your people with symbols from the entire diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're lost. And if you're lost, you can belong to anybody. And it was something that was said, even though I know he's a Democrat shill, he said one of the most profound statements, and I said this in one of my testimonies at the one of the hearings. I think it was in Queens. And it talked about Mike Brown's body. And Mark Lamont Hill wrote a book about it called Nobody. I think the title of is named Nobody. And he got that because he said that, and if you remember that case, one of the things that stood out to me about what happened to Mike Brown long after he was assassinated and murdered is that they say his body laid out there in the street for hours. And one of the things that Mark Lamont Hill said that I respect, even though he's a shill, is that he said he remembers somebody saying they had his body laying out there like he didn't belong to nobody.
Mm.
And so Pan-Africanism takes our illustrious foundational Black American heritage, lineage, story, history, and convinces us that it belongs to nobody and that everybody can claim it. And so when you are a shapeless, formless people, you will get a Haitian that they bring in under the false pretenses of unity to speak for this lost, stolen people. You will get the Ghanaians that they brought in to design all 419 caskets for this lost and stolen people. And see, this, in my opinion, has been the play and the goal all along. See, because if you can keep one of the most powerful and prosperous and successful people groups from understanding who they are, then they just become a powerful source for whatever agenda you may have. See, because they brought a Haitian in instead of a foundational Black American or an actual descendant of someone that was buried in that burial ground. They brought Ghanaians in to craft those coffins. And I'm not saying it's all about that, but we have to start to think like this. And this goes in line with what Sister Keisha said about being intentional about supporting our businesses, even when it's a little bit inconvenient. Because somebody somewhere got paid 419 times for those caskets for that lost and stolen people group. See, but when we're not lost and we're not stolen, we say, you unearthed our ancestors, somebody is getting paid. And that somebody is someone from our ethnic group. See, a foundational Black American architect would have never put that goddamn ark and replica of a slave ship on top of our ancestors that possibly already survived it. You don't build monuments to what you survived. You build monuments to what you've built or where you're going to in the future. At the time, we had already built so much when our people started putting our people into the ground in our burial grounds. They found those, if I'm not mistaken, in the 90s. Am I right about that, sis?
1992.
Yep.
Do you know how much foundational Black Americans that have ties to the killing fields of New York have built and contributed by the 1990s? Anything that we accomplished would have been better than that goddamn replica of a slave ship. I know you fucking lying. But it only becomes possible when Pan-Africanism says this group doesn't even know who they are. They're just lost Africans. And bringing it full circle to the December 12th movement, here is the irony and the hypocrisy of this movement. If we're going to talk about a singular group that stole us and sold us, you can't leave out the Africans. The same Africans that they give a pass to. See, because the entire industry that the Africans created, that they partnered with the Europeans on, was them stealing other Africans and then selling other Africans. But never do they ever say Africans are the ones that owe. Now, obviously, there were some European enslavers that stole some of us. We're going to go toward the Fugitive Slave Acts and things of that nature. Once we got here, specifically talking about our own story, 100% absolutely. Might there be one or two or twos and fews of people that the European enslavers got to the continent and possibly grabbed up or did some other sneaky deal where they weren't actually, quote unquote, sold and they were able to take them away from the continent? That is possible. But what's documented is that the overwhelming majority of Africans that left the continent were stolen by other Africans when they raided those villages. And then they were sold to the Europeans by other Africans, largely for trinkets and other items that you can find at the dollar store. And just because you made a bad deal, you don't get to file a reparations claim now. Because there is no honor amongst thieves. So you got to just hold that L. You don't get to sell us twice. And you damn sure don't get to make actual money on the second sale when you didn't get money for the first sale. We're not playing those games. And so this faux unity has led to the disenfranchisement and the disempowerment of our people for the past 30 plus years that they've been in charge of our political reality. See, because politics decides who gets what, when, and where. And those same Pan-African gatekeepers have been squandering what we were supposed to get in our communities to our families and just scapegoating the other side. Those days are dead and gone. And once those days are dead and gone, in the great words of our ancestors, I'm doing a whole bunch of more research on and seeing that he has been misrepresented throughout history. And I'm paraphrasing. Booker T. Washington said that there are those that get paid to continue to keep the problems of the Negro at the forefront without solving it. Because when those problems get solved, they are then out of a job. And what we're seeing, whether it's Sharpton, Swollen Roland Martin, Van Jones, the late Jesse Jackson, and any other Afro shill you could think of, is that their jobs are evaporating right before their eyes. Because this foundational Black American grassroots movement is about identifying problems and then putting belt to ass if necessary to solve that problem. We don't bring up problems just to be pointing out problems. See, because we got 99 problems. And we're going to leave it there.
I couldn't have said it better, brother. I couldn't have said it better. Let's go to this clip on Sister Brooks' channel.
Hey, Sister Keisha, real quick. Isn't this National Black Media Month as well?
It's National Black Thorough Black Talk Month.
Oh, it's always that. Let me look it up and send you a link because I saw something on that earlier today.
Yeah. It is.
Go ahead while I do that.
It is. But
it is.
Just so we know, the grassroots is the media. We report and discuss what you want to talk about. Not what I want to talk about. What you all want to talk about. You all are leading this. And that's why they can't stop it. That's why this delineation is so powerful. That's why. Because the grassroots decide what is and what isn't. Not me. We just reporting it. I'll play this clip and then we'll let Sister Brooke discuss. Let me know when you want to stop, sis.
This is Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. Denzel was a producer on this movie. Viola Davis was in this movie looking the worst she's ever looked in her life. I don't know why they are bent and bound on making Viola look like the ugliest woman on the planet, but they just, from that to what the woman king, they just want to make her look terrible. And she's a beautiful woman. I don't think she knows she's a beautiful woman, but she's a beautiful woman. She don't have to look like that. But that's how they got her looking. So I watched this when it came out, and I remember I was sitting there with my dude, and when the scene came on, I was absolutely disgusted. Let me tell you a little bit about my upbringing. My mother taught me, you're not a loser. My mother taught me that Black gave me basically like superpowers. My mother raised me that like to never look at yourself like a loser. My mother didn't like loser shows. My mother did not like what's that show? Scratching and stuff. Good Times. My mother did not like Good Times. My mother didn't.
Pause. Just for some clarification, Esther Roll, although she was born in Florida, her family's from the Bahamas. But let's continue.
And like any shows like that where we were seen as losers or we were seen as less than. That's how I was raised. So when I watched this right here, my mommy antenna just like started going off. I could just hear my mother's voice in my head. I'm gonna play this scene and we'll see. I'm gonna just play it.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use.
Everybody come from different places in Africa, right? Different tribes and things. Soon a while they began to make one big stew. You had your carrots and your peas and your potatoes over here and over there. You had the meat, nuts, okra, corn, and you mix it up, cook it real good to where the flavors flow through. And then you got one thing. You got a stew. Now you take and you eat that stew. You take and you make your history with that stew. But you look around and you see some carrots over there and some peas over here. And that stew is still there. You done made your history and it's still there. You can't eat it all. What you got? You got some leftovers. That's what it is. See, we's the leftovers. The colored man is the leftovers. What's the colored man gonna do with himself? That's what we waiting to find out. But first he's got to know that he's a leftover.
All right, you can stop. So when President Devine talks about the need for them to make us generic Africans, they're putting it in the media. And unfortunately, even some of our greats in acting in Hollywood are falling victim to this pattern of thought. Because let me tell you something, and when I saw that, instantly in my mind, I said, I am not a leftover. Baby, I'm the meal. I'm the 4-course meal and the dessert and the wine. Okay? I got it all. And that's how I was raised. I was not raised to look at myself like I'm someone's leftovers. But this is the mindset that they're trying to instill in us, and it just ain't working. They can't make us feel like shit for being us. The Ghanaians, the Africans want to do it too. Well, you guys were slaves. We the smartest ones you ever seen. Y'all was the ones selling people, and you ain't got no money, and we still got more spending power than you. How is that? Why you ain't get rich? You ain't had no excuse like we had an excuse. Why you not rich? Why your countries ain't rich? Because we already know that this country, even the wealth that we don't got in this country, it was made off of us. So I wanted to play that so like people could like start seeing it. Even that's why a lot of times, I'm gonna be honest, especially when it comes to the Hollywood, I tend not to watch a lot of the black movies or the black shows because it's filled with these things that they're trying to instill in our children. That movie, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, was an insult on so many levels. It's insulting that they let that be Chadwick Boseman's last movie where he was the villain. Spoiler alert, if you ain't seen it by now, it's been quite a few years, so I'm about to spoil it for you, okay? Having him, first of all, the whole storyline was fake. And if you read the history that is written by, I forgot what his name is, but he's half white and half black, and you could tell that he don't like his black side by the things that he writes. And so he wrote this, and so that, Chadwick Boseman's character was somebody that was seen as pro-black. He hated the white man. You know what I'm saying? He was all for this. And then at the end of the movie, they had him kill Colonel Taylor. He's always going to be Colonel Taylor to me. So y'all can correct me if you want to. Everybody always try to tell me his real name. I don't care. His name is Colonel Taylor to me. Okay. That's my favorite role of his.
That's preach.
That's preach. It is, yes, but for me, I loved him as Colonel Taylor. Okay, that was when I was a kid, and he was Colonel Taylor. He's always gonna be Colonel Taylor to me. And I did see, what movie is that? Well, I can't think of the name of it. I know what movie you're talking about. Yeah, Coolie High. I did see Coolie High, but he's still Colonel Taylor.
You better hey, bro, hold on. You gotta slow down. You better know his name. He was married to Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul.
Colonel Taylor.
Yeah, he was married to Aretha Franklin for a long time.
I did not just say you could tell me his name 3 million times. I'm still gonna call him Colonel Taylor.
I got you, sweetie. My bad.
Okay, Colonel Taylor was married to Aretha Franklin. Yes, that is very true. So, you just see that they are trying to, to just instill this inferiority complex inside of us. We just the leftovers in some stew. And that's exactly what they did with this museum. And I thought that clip just like perfectly encompassed in Hollywood how they're trying to, do what President Devine was talking about. So I thought it was interesting. I also wanted to bring up when he was talking about Mike Brown, when they had his body laying out there. That made me think about Dr. Clyde Winters, who's very close to Dr. Short. Dr. Clyde Winters talks about how when they fought the natives, the Indians on this land, right? When they fought them, what they would do is take every single one of their heads and put it on a spike so that the other natives could see. For months, they would leave this head rotting on the spike so everyone could see. And that was to instill fear into the rest of the natives. Moving forward into slavery, he said that in front of every plantation, or 99% of plantations, there was a black man's head. Same thing as in the native times. It was a black man's head. Whoever tried to run away that they caught, they would put your head on a spike in front of the plantation for all of the rest to see, so that you knew what will happen to you if you try to fight back, leave, run, whatever. Also, if you were defiant, in that book, because I just started the book. I just started the bullwhip book as well, right? I mean, like yesterday, I just started the book. In that book, they talked about they would put you in the stockade, butt naked, for days, for everyone to see. So when they're doing things like that, those are also badges and incidents of slavery. They are trying to show everybody it's not just that, he didn't belong to anybody. It's that they want you to know, to see, to remember. They don't want to cover it up too quick. They want you to feel. You know what I felt when I walked in that thing, or when I saw that arch or whatever. What I felt. They want you to feel that in your soul so that they can keep you in line. And so I just wanted to, just add that tidbit there. Oh Lord. You know what this is?
D from Brooklyn, you telling your age. You and a Law Solution. Those are two of my favorites too. Going back to the black exploitation films with Glenn Turman, JD and JD's Revenge. Definitely. Those. I know Brother Black know about those, but yeah, check them out.
Keisha, I'm about to say you don't know nothing about that.
Come on now. But here's a little bit of background of what took place. 1991, 1992, when these remains were discovered. So we're gonna play a little background, and I'll be stopping it so we can discuss because there's a whole lot of stuff. But anyway, let's get to it. This is a former councilwoman here in New York. Oh, speaking of Viola Davis, you got to read her autobiography, Finding Me. Okay? The lady done been through some things. She done been through some things. You hear me? Check it out. But anyway.
And don't let nobody take it from you.
The discovery of the African Burial Ground, a cemetery.
Negro Burial Ground. There it is right there. There it is. Right there.
More than 2 centuries old, unearthed below the skyscrapers and streets of Manhattan, stirred deep feelings in New York's African American community.
Some felt that the descendants of those buried there should be the ones to decide what became of the cemetery now.
Had we known from the beginning that there was this find, we could have taken our own bodies out that ground ourselves. And your hands wouldn't be on it. And we would do with our blood what we want to do with it.
For generations, the burial ground lay hidden beneath the streets of New York, unnoticed and unadorned. Every day for nearly 2 centuries, New Yorkers walked over the burial ground unaware that thousands, upward of 10,000 or more, were buried beneath the city streets.
In the fall of 1991, as construction for a federal office building began, the cemetery was accidentally discovered.
We realized that what we had essentially stumbled upon was not only a archaeological find of the first magnitude, but because of the nature of the skeletons being mainly African American, that there would be a ramification within the African American community in New York, in the United States, and perhaps even throughout the world, as to what we've discovered here.
The little bit that we had heard indicated that these were the human remains of African peoples who had newly come to this continent. It seemed to offer a unique opportunity for the general public to learn a great deal about Africans who were then enslaved. Across the country, people who heard about it were excited. We were also saddened because someone's burial site had been desecrated, and we were concerned that these remains be treated with dignity and respect.
The General Services Administration, or GSA, the agency responsible for constructing and managing federal office buildings, was required by law to sponsor periodic public meetings to receive comment.
And I think what the problem is that there has not been a conscious effort. It would be a different story if we hadn't already gone into hundreds of bodies. For that not to be dominated, and I mean surely dominated, by a strong force in the African American community, everything else, for lack of a better word, is nothing more than whitewash.
You should not even be in charge to begin with, but it's the same old over 200-year business of the Aryan male being in charge of the African.
Many in the African American community believed the ground sacred. They asked that construction be halted and the cemetery be kept intact as a memorial to the enslaved Africans who had helped build New York City.
The government's position was adamant. The removal of the skeletal remains went on and construction continued, which the community felt was disrespectful and unfair.
How
how will the government then acknowledge the fact that this was a cemetery?
The 2 points that the community.
I'm familiar with all three of those ladies. They used to be at UAM all the time. All three of them. Now you have to remember, at this time, Pan-Africanism was heavy in New York. We had a slew of racially motivated murders that took place here in New York, one after the other, after the other, after the other. So keep all of that in context as you listen, but look how easy it is for people to change the history. Here we go.
Community has requested that I cannot satisfy as a matter of GSA policy, as well as by law, are the reinterment of the skeletons within the building, and also the creation of a museum on the site. The region has been able to come with a $250,000 contribution to interpretive display, which we will do. It is not it's obviously not a pacifier. No.
In June 1992, the government offered to place the unearthed skeletal remains in a public park about 50 yards away, nearby but well off federal land. They also offered $250,000.
Look how great that area is. This is Foley Square. Look how great that area is. There are remains in all of this area. All of it. And how I know that it is, and we pay for it, when Congressman Gus Savage was called in, he talked about it. There were meetings that took place at Trinity Church, but we'll get into that. Hold on.
Towards the cost of creating an exhibition about the burial ground and a plaque at the site.
We would, of course, put an appropriate plaque on the building to show the world that what was found here. The black community does not want that. They want more.
And you're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of Africans. We don't know the count because many died on the boats over here. How can we talk about $250,000, a plaque, and putting some graves in a park? That's insulting. Someone's going to tell you that the remains of your ancestors are not more important than getting up this office building.
Mr. Diamond, you have done nothing but have shown us disrespect meeting after meeting after meeting. You have led us on. You have made us think that you were listening to us, and yet you have not. For you to sit there and to tell us about a plaque in a building is not addressing the situation at all. Why are you meeting with the community?
Because we meet does not mean that we agree. We do not agree on certain things.
Why are you having the meetings?
Because we are giving you progress as to what we are doing, and we are incorporating some of your
what we want.
That's right. The points that you
heard him. He said, that's wrong. We ain't doing what you want. You heard the man right there. But again, and peace be upon Miss Francis. She's no longer with us, I believe. But I'll say you can ask the people at CMO Tap who she is.
put up were very carefully sent to Washington, and the reaction and the instructions that I have are negative on those. And I must tell you that.
Way over in Newland, way over in Newland.
Demands to stop the further removal of the remains and to stop construction of the project grew in number and in passion.
Trinity Church is one of the oldest churches in New York. During the colonial period, only whites who worshipped the Trinity could be buried in the churchyard.
On April 23rd, 1992, in the metamorphosis of history, a church that once barred Africans would now become the place for...
What that sign say? Town meeting for what? The Negro Burial Ground.
Negro Burial Ground.
Okay?
A major public gathering, a town meeting on a course of action.
We're proud to be the location where consideration is to be given to creative ways to pay permanent tribute to the many African Americans buried in the sacred space recently discovered just north of here.
This is America. This is America. Our white brothers and sisters are not too proud of slavery, but we were the slaves. We were the slaves, and our magnificence is in our survival. What is in that burial ground will teach us immensely.
You do not disturb the deceased. You leave our people alone. You let them rest.
The son of Adam Clayton Powell. Brooke already
sounded like a whole Puerto Rican.
Cause
I was like, I said, what the hell? And this is what happens. Like when you was talking about Diana Ross's grandchildren, this is what happens. Now you got him standing up. He don't even have our cadence in the way he speaks, much less the swag of his grandfather. Okay, because his grandfather was swaggy. Okay, Adam Clayton Powell was a swaggful man. Okay, and that's what he got as a descendant. Lord Jesus.
Rest in peace. We should have a fitting memorial, not some plaque inside of some lobby. And if these reasonable and just demands are not met, then at the very least, we should do everything that we can to stop the construction of this building.
Had it not been for the bodies and the bones, the body and the labor of those people who rest yonder, our ancestors, there wouldn't have been a United States of America. There wouldn't have been any wealth in the Western world. And not only that, after we had worked the field and built the roads and had our bodies sold, then we went out and died for the country.
For the UAM folks who are watching, you see Miss Geneva over here. Look at Miss Geneva right there. Stop playing.
Built the roads and had
right there. Pause.
bodies sold, then we went out and died for the country.
At Trinity Church, many who thought of themselves as the descendants of those nameless ancestors buried nearby rejoiced at the adulation given to their forebears.
I mean, there wouldn't have been a United States if it had not been for the black soldier, and George Washington said as much. There wouldn't have been a union had the black soldier not been there, and Abraham Lincoln said as much. We are authorized by God to insist that this government give the proper memorial to the bones of our ancestors. So,
pause. This is Reverend Herbert Daughtry, House of the Lord Baptist Church here in Brooklyn, the Church of Charles Barron and his wife Inez Barron, where they met. For those who don't know, he is not a friend to us. I'm just leave it at that. You know, next time we meet up, remind me to tell you his connection with the Barclays downtown. Let's continue.
Based upon the blood we have shed, based upon the labor we have given, based upon our bodies which have been sold, we're going to insist that the bones of our ancestors, which lie yonder, be given a proper and fitting memorial that they can rest in peace. We demand that.
And so we are compelled by history to defend the rights of our foreparents to stay right where they were buried, and that the spirit that they represented live on. If that is not the case, let me suggest that the sons and daughters of the people who were buried there, along with those who are interested, will boycott and picket that site, and it will be a lot more expensive than it is now.
Are we in a powder keg situation? The answer is yes, we are. This is very sensitive. It has been told to me in no uncertain terms this could be a, quote, Rodney King situation, unquote. That means that I have to move and we have to move with sensitivity, understanding, and that we have to be as flexible as we possibly can be. But at a certain point, there is no flexibility. The answer will be at sometimes no. And the government will not be blackmailed or blackjacked or threatened into a position that would be contrary to law or to our responsibility.
The people of New York need to know that this is not really simply a project on behalf of, for, or by African Americans. It is in that spirit, I believe, that what we do in considering what we will do with these remains will be an instrument of the liberation of all of us, all the people, all the backgrounds, white, black, brown, yellow, all of us.
See how they do that? White, black, brown, everybody. Everybody. You know? For those who know, there's a lot of UAN folks up in there, sitting in them pews. Kwame, all of them. But anyway, let's continue.
To be able to stand proud, finally, as citizens of this great city. It's in that spirit that I'd like now to offer a prayer for our city. Let us pray. O God, known by many names, behold and visit, we pray, this city of New York, and that men and women and children from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity.
Nobody, they don't do that with other ethnic groups.
Mm-mm.
They don't do that with the hats. They don't do that with the Asians. Caribbeans have their own unique identity. They don't try to throw everybody in there. Yvette Clarke don't do that. When she advocates for the Caribbean. Not us. She don't throw us in there. Mm-mm. When I was in that meeting about temporary protection status, and I asked about
for Haitians specifically.
Right. And I asked them in the chat, what about the abuse of all women? Black women. I ain't getting no response. Because they weren't concerned. You see? It's only us that got to be flat for everybody. Throw everybody onto us.
In your great name, we pray. Amen.
From the town hall meeting, a coalition emerged of community activists, scientists, and educators. There were drives to sign petitions. There were demonstrations. The cause became a beacon for human rights movements worldwide.
Stop the digging. If you're not going to stop it, at least let us agree that there will be established an appropriate monument. No sidewalk plaque, no sign on the wall. That is an insult. Do for my ancestors what you would demand that I do for your ancestors. And so we must keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on.
Y'all see what that song say? We place these flowers here at the site of the ancient African American burial ground to commemorate the parallel history of U.S. racism and South African apartheid. Everything. Just throw everything in it.
Everything.
Can I say something to that right now?
In South Africa, they was talking about us.
Not never.
Yeah, I just want to say this because this is one of the things that gets my goat when we have these conversations. Now we understand all these are bad faith talking points, right? So let me just say that at the outset. But I want to you stopped at a perfect point because as you can see, it says We placed these flowers here at the site of an ancient African-American burial ground. We could pause it there because you already talked about the other half that's equally egregious. So for all the tethers and the shills and all those that oppose us standing on lineage business, here, when we use a co-optable term like this, you have no problem or no argument to say, oh, well, those were Africans, not African-American back then, so you can't use that term for them. You are okay with these terms that can retroactively describe a people that didn't go by that name back then, when it's a term that you know is open for future co-opting. But when we talk about foundational Black Americans and take it all the way back to all the foundational Black Americans that came before us, that was a part of the ethnogenesis that created the foundational Black Americans of today, all of a sudden it's no, foundational Black Americans, that's just describing the people of today because that's when it originated. It originated a couple years ago, so that's the only people you could be talking about because they didn't call themselves that back then. The selective hypocrisy is, again, a tool of this movement to keep us identityless. Because if we don't have an identity, then you can take African American and retroactively take it to those ancestors and make them African American. Have us be African American in present day, understanding that, in the words of Dr. Ron Daniels, a staunch Pan-African, today's Afro immigrant is tomorrow's African American. This was nothing. I want this. If I take one thing, and I'm gonna land here. If you take nothing else from anything I ever say or any of these, of what I talk about or what we find out and educate on in this political space, the one thing, if you take only one thing, is this: understand that none of this stuff has ever happened in a vacuum. Meaning, it is always one move on a chessboard that we didn't know existed at these times. Well, not all of us knew existed because some people do. But now that we are viewing this through the lens of them playing chess while we weren't, and we are becoming chess masters at this, we can start to see how these moves were compounded and what they intended to do and be. And so what I want us to get and understand is that this current foundational Black American Renaissance has come in and knocked pieces over on the chessboard that they already had mapped out in their mind to make. And so the pushback and the vitriol is them understanding that they now have to recalibrate and readjust the strategy that they already had in place before this wild card showed up. And so as they're adjusting, I just need us to be aware that we are also going to have to adjust, adapt, and stay on our mission because the pivots are coming.
And I just want to add something. Why didn't they, and I'm against the term African American, but why didn't they even call it the African American burial ground? Multiple times they labeled, this as African American, but they didn't even call it that. They just dropped the American altogether as if there weren't native people, a native population also buried there. Like it's
no, go ahead.
I don't understand.
Hello?
I'm done.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Can I answer that question? Okay, we're back. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to know, was Attorney Alton Maddox involved in
Alton was the one who called. Alton was the one who got Gus Savage involved. Gus Savage, the congressman from, I believe, the state of Ohio.
Right. Thank you.
Also, well, I want to switch real quick, and then I'm gonna come right back to this video.
Can I just answer Brooks' question as you switching?
Go ahead.
So, in my opinion, obviously none of this is documented or proven yet, but I believe that they didn't call it the African American Burial Ground in the early 1990s because the co-option of 1997 hadn't happened yet. I believe that if the federal government had already redefined African Americans to what it stands as today, I think they would have named it the African American Burial Ground. Understand at this time, before 1997, African American still only meant us.
Right.
So you said African American, that just meant us. But in 1997, they already, which again, in my opinion, no vacuum, chessboard. I believe at this point in time, they already knew that in 1997 they were going to redefine the term to include all Afro immigrants that were starting to come into the country at larger numbers than they ever were. And because, you know, think about it, and Sister Keisha could talk to us about this, being at the UAM. How many actual Africans were ever at the UAM?
0.
There we go. Right? They weren't here. They just wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So you have to manufacture Africans in New York because there was no Africans in New York to keep this Pan-African movement alive.
Mm-hmm.
Because if there's no Africans currently, and the number of historical imaginary Africans are dwindling day by day as new information comes out, you got to make us the Africans that you point to say, look, they were always here, and this is who they are, instead of saying we were always here, and that's not who we are. Just my 2 cents.
Right on point to Miss Jackson out of Chicago.
Being held and talking about expressions of slavery, and you don't even have any black aldermen there. Now, it's not your fault. It's a testimony of just how sorry and pathetic the black aldermen are in City Hall, which has allowed you all to do all type of things that you all shouldn't be allowed to do. But the fact of the matter is the fact that you have Africans in here today talking about expressions of slavery. Slavery in America happened to us, Black Americans, not them. In fact, the Africans of today don't even associate themselves with Black Americans. They don't even associate themselves with us. In their little minds, they think they're superior to us. So for them to come over here and think that they should be getting some type of rights and in the conversation of slavery, it's a straight up insult. Now, what you all are trying to do is bring them in on this immigration jump. That's what y'all trying to do. You're trying to bring them in on this immigration jump when you know doggone well the conversation of slavery is not behind Black immigrants of today. It's behind Black Americans. And you all have yet to address that issue. And you, Sanchez, Rodriguez Sanchez, you won't even give me the dignity of talking about the hate crime bill for Black people that I was trying to get going. And you're going to have the audacity to try to bring them in here and try to front like you're trying to do something for Black people. They're not Black Americans. But we're not going to waste our time in here. The real fight is going to be taking place federally. So whatever y'all think y'all going to do today, just a matter of time, it's going to get undone. Before y'all get real comfortable, don't unpack your clothes because you're going to get sent back. You better check that paperwork because if it ain't right, ICE coming to get y'all too. I don't care if your skin is Black. You don't get to come over here and ride the Black American wagon for something that you think you're going to get. Don't look at that clock like you rushing me because I'm going to see you in a form much bigger than this, in a form that's going to be bigger than 3 minutes. You can believe that. And anything you think that you're going to do today, it's going to get undone. Africans are not Black Americans. The slave trade was on us, not them. They don't even associate with us. Don't play no games with Black people. That's why the Democrat Party in trouble right now, messing with Black people, not them, not them. We got the power in America. You better understand that. Watch.
Our folks is tired of the BS.
Tired.
We are tired. It's up. It's up. It's up.
Let's just have 5 seconds, 1 second even, of kindness, of remembrance, and a prayer for courage to be humane, even though it is very difficult. Very difficult.
By the summer of 1992, the number of remains removed surpassed 300.
We've now removed approximately 360 skeletons, and there may be another 150, 200 to go. We have been instructed by the Congress, we being the General Services Administration, by law to construct 850,000 square foot building on this site. We have no alternative but to do so, unless we are instructed by the Congress not to do so.
I say I go, get a nimbo, oh, Corinto Boulevard, get a nimbo.
Spiritual leaders from many faiths came to the burial ground to honor the dead, each in their own way. Christians, Muslims, or Yoruba, and the many religions of Africa, all.
Look at the beads and carry shells that they sold the people for. But you got a lot of folks still riding that wave of antiquated, false information. In the Pan-African days, when we referred to somebody as a Negro, they were sellouts. Clip that. We was calling them sellouts. And that's why I say you got to know your own story. Look at this.
Recognize this place as sacred ground. Libations and ceremonies were conducted.
If that's sacred ground, why are you bringing down bees that you sold them for? If they are Africans, why are you bringing down beads you sold them for? What's this? Look at this.
Africa, the Muslims, those are from Christians, those who study Buddha, the
Look at that.
Baptists, the Protestants.
The disrespect. Yeah.
Oh, shit is wild. It's wild.
And which ancestors are they pouring libations to?
Come on. We say again to you, so for me, so for me, so for me. I say, oh, get a nimbo. I do pray, I say, bye-bye.
So I say to you, Sheree, 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 give love and blessing, and let this all come to something positive. All around the world,
look at him loaded with carry shells.
It is your only last place to rest.
On August 9th and 10th, 1992, thousands of people came to pay tribute during a 26-hour remembrance vigil at the construction gate.
Thank you for coming here today to give honor to people who lived in New York, who were never remembered in history, were never treated correctly in life, and were disrespected in death. They told us that it is inappropriate to put a cemetery under a federal office building, but somehow they thought that it was appropriate to dig up a cemetery and build an office building over top of the remains of our ancestors.
Demands to stop the construction, to stop the removal of more burials, and to honor the burial ground with a memorial were voiced by people from many backgrounds.
This is an unbelievable find in terms
And you bring the hat in.
Our
who are co-conspirators in the trade,
must be made a national monument
who
so
insured the ships, who have plantations,
after us come to understand
Who fought in the Civil War
what our ancestors
for the Confederates.
This is crazy.
Oh, great spirit, whose voice I hear in the wind, and whose breath gives life to all the world.
This is performative.
Make me always
this is
ready
crazy
to come to you with clean hands and straight eyes. So when life fades as the fading sunset, my spirit may come to you without shame.
What does this do?
Probably an Italian.
For the essence of life. A natural alternative munitaire, itai am tehuti, dwa and medunitaire. Salutation of power to the Supreme Mother Father for coming as Heru.
Now I want you to think. If your loved one was a victim of a homicide and was buried, and people came to your loved one's gravesite and did a ritualistic performance that is befitting of the person who committed the homicide. How would you feel? But these things are not even fathomed. Like Devon said, the religion of Pan-Africanism is crazy. Walking around costumes and everything. That's right, FBA strong. Very performative.
Thank you for the devotion to doing the spiritual work. We welcome the ancestors who have joined us today.
You are here today because your ancestors have spoken out, and nothing you can do or say can stop you from being down here this
Look at coffee shops. That was big back then. Y'all know. That was big.
The vigil played on in recognition of ancestors.
So far, we have made progress, but they are differences. And
Crazy
I'm not gonna
work.
gloss over them between what the community
Crazy
wants
work.
and what the government is willing to do. That's the American system, which all of us can buy into. And that's another point here that I just am hoping that the community will buy into the American system of settling differences peaceably.
In the coming months, the conflict between an agency of the United States government and the people, represented by the United States Congress, would climax. On July 27th, the congressional subcommittee in charge of the building's construction would convene an emergency session in New York.
This hearing of the Subcommittee on Public Buildings and Grounds will now come to order.
Testimony from experts established the unchallenged historic significance of the burial ground.
Now, the significance of this burial site is that it is a part of the history of New York and part of the missing pages of the history of this nation.
You're on mute, Sister Keisha.
You're on mute. Yeah.
Thank y'all. Here are a copy of the blueprints of that area. Negro Burial Ground. It's very clear. It's very clear. Now, while we go through this, you know, I like to research. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Where Black Americans have gone somewhere else and renamed somebody else's burial ground. Y'all find that for me. Or made the people there flat blackness.
This is not just the history of African Americans in New York. This is the history of the United States.
Further testimony questioned the need to unearth more remains.
We now have enough human remains to conduct at least a decade of laboratory research. While it's expected that over 200 individuals are still buried at this location, there is no need to excavate any more burials.
Opponents of the building.
They're like, FBR, that's enough.
That's enough. It's so many bodies. We just leave it.
We done. They like, that's it. We ain't picking no more.
Cited the 1966 National Historic Preservation Act as the most compelling legal case against continued excavation. They also pointed out that the GSA had not yet provided a critical document to the community, the research design.
Promised over 6 months earlier, this important document would have presented a fully developed plan for the process and goals of the archaeological removal and the anticipated scientific laboratory work. Instead, the remains of over 400 people had been removed without a specific plan of action.
Today, after submission of an unsatisfactory draft, this report is still 6 months overdue. And why is a research design so important? Any archaeological excavation is useless without a research design. It's like driving a car in a foreign country without a roadmap or destination. A research design provides the map, procedures, and time schedule for excavation, treatment, and management of archaeological sites and the objects they contain. Without a research design, there is no statement of purpose for archaeological investigations.
My position is simple. The excavation on the site of the main building has already been completed. And at this point, there's nothing to be gained by interfering with that aspect of construction. But in the absence of a research design, excavation on the site of the smaller pavilion must be suspended immediately.
The site of a black cemetery. You know, but we get ready to close out. But when other folks come to the United States, in particular New York, and form their own enclaves of community, they don't consider us, whether it's Little Senegal, whether it's Little Havana, whether it's Washington Heights, Little Dominican Republic, Little Caribbean. Now, when we pulled up on that Pan-African space that tried to have a conversation about us without us, Sister Brooke and I dipped out right after. Brother Devon, Tad, and Sage remained behind. I didn't say it, they said it. They looked across the street and they saw the business with all the flags of all the nations, Caribbean, South America, Africa. We wasn't nowhere in the mix. But see, we're not thought of in that way. Now, as Brother Foundational brings to light these things to this Pan-African, Jamaican, the dude, instead of continuing an intellectual conversation, crashes out. Let's listen.
New York, I'm in Texas. I just got to say this, man. I personally, I'm going to preface this by saying, personally, I feel this is counterproductive. This is counterintelligence. This feels fucked up because you know what? Hispanics don't do this shit, and they're building a solid base. Here we are. We're trying to exclude. I understand as a Black American how much we've made a lot, and we've done it without a lot of help. I get that. I get some people not wanting immigrants to come over here. Wait. Let me. I understand y'all don't want other people coming in right now. I get that.
I'm telling them, hold on. Go ahead. You good?
I know. Somebody's ready. Somebody's ready to go. I'm gonna let my play in 1 second.
Nobody's take your time.
I'm playing my play right now.
Take your time.
So honestly,
I'm just telling you, take your time,
okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know that. All right. So, I'm gonna land it right now. I do know this much: the Italians, Irish, all these other people that we classify as white, they're coming here and they're taking advantage of those privileges. Period. I don't know why I would stand here and let another African. I can't. I got too much game. I got too much mental to think that someone's really stopping me from getting my money like this. I mean, I do feel the crowdedness when I go to Walmart or some other place and people don't even speak English. That pisses me off. But I don't know. I'd hate for us to start segregating against other blacks, but yet all the other cultures, Hispanic, white, they're not doing it. I'll let my play.
All right. So that's the great take, right? Because you are the soft and sweet. We are the world, Black Americans that I talk about, the ones that don't mind being the carpet for the world to walk all over. You are the ones I talk about on a day-to-day basis. And I think I love that you came up because it's a teachable moment for everybody, right? The problem is you're still on iOS 1965 and you haven't updated to iOS 2025, right? You still want to kumbaya, we are the world. And then that's the problem, and that's the issue. And you are going to be the economic destruction and lead us to the economic destruction of our people because you think this is about social destruction, right? This is what's called social unity, economic warfare. We're not talking about socially, right? Socially is all love. If I say African, Jamaican, Haitian, anybody, there's no issue, right? We're talking about economics, sir. This is what I'm talking about right now. So we're talking about the Hispanics. You didn't see when I mentioned them earlier. I talked about the Vietnamese nail salon. I talked about the Italians pizza spot. I talked about everybody. This is not just about the black immigrants. This is about everybody that's parked into our communities, taking part of our $1.9 to $2.6 trillion. But let's talk about that unity that you think that they have towards us in our communities, right? Because you think it's unity, right? You think it's all love and it's kumbaya and we are the world. So let me show you the unity that they have, right? So they separated away from you, the soft and sweet black American that want to be the carpet for the world to walk all over in New York and Queens, and they made a little Egypt, right? And so they also separated again from you, right? And they made their own enclave here in Manhattan, in Harlem, called Little Senegal, right? Where they separated from you and then started hiring their own friends and family within your communities. All right, somebody said, no, Africans ain't Africans. Africans are Africans. As long as they're on the concept of Africa, they're Africans. Let's stop playing that game, right? But since you want to play that game, let's talk about Little Senegal. These are Africans, right? So again, they separated from you and made their own communities where they did their own group economics. And you, the soft and sweet black Americans, would not go to Harlem and go to Little Senegal and say, "Can I get a job?" And they would not hire you. They would not. But let's keep going. We're going to keep it going because you think that there's some fake unity on an economic scale. So let's keep it going, right? Because I love when y'all show up and y'all think that this is about hating because somebody don't like the way somebody walk or talk or look or move. It's not about hate, right? This is about economics, right? Let's look at little Haiti in Brooklyn where they separated from you, the black American in your community, and made a little Haiti where they hired their own friends and family and practicing group economics, right? Let's continue, right? Because you think this is about not liking somebody or hating. You talking to somebody that's doing very good in life, sir. You talking to somebody that's really, and again, I don't like to brag, right? But this is somebody that's really doing something in real life, not only for myself, but other people in my community with his own business, six-figure job and everything, right? Let's look at little Guyana, right? Where they separated away from you and made a little Guyana, right? Where they hire their own friends and family. They're not hiring no black American. Let's continue, right? Because you think that this is about not liking somebody or focusing on some other people because I'm afraid I ain't getting mine, right? Or hating on other people. No. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I made sure I told everybody to be quiet and let you talk and get your full thing in. And you're gonna be quiet and listen to me. So this is Little Accra, aka Little Ghana in the Bronx, where they separated from you, the soft and sweet, and separated for you, the soft and sweet, we are the world, black American that likes to be the carpet for the world, that like to be the.
You already crashing out. And this is what happens, Brother Devon, Sister Brooke knows. Because we be in these spaces. We are in these spaces daily. This is what happens.
World for the carpet. See, I don't like bitches now. So now you're crashing out because the facts are coming out. Right? This is the part where you start crashing out, where you can't hold an intellectual conversation because you realize the facts is coming out. And now, so what you want to do is start crashing out in the conversation and not allow somebody else to talk. Although I waited for the whole panel and I told them to be quiet so you can talk. Right? So again, this is Little Ghana, Little Accra, right? And Little Accra here in the Bronx, they're not hiring no black American. They're hiring their own friends and family. So what I'm saying is this is colonization with a kente cloth. And you are going to be the reason, because we have two things that's going to happen by 2050, right? The first thing is they projected that we're going to hit the GDP of 0 by 2050 if we continue to go this route. Now, they also projected if we do our own group economics and start realizing that we have to start coming together and making sure we shop at black American-owned businesses, We're going to have the GDP of $103 trillion by 2050. You can't really see it. Let me make it bigger for y'all. Hold on 1 second. We're going to have the GDP of $103 trillion, which is going to surpass Africa tenfold by 2050 if we do our own. And then again, this is not bias created by an actual African that was pocket watching us. So we are projected to do $103 trillion by 2050 if we do our own group economics and make sure we come together and make sure we keep our money within our communities. Because Black Wall Street wasn't Black Wall Street because we had other people in our communities and they're taking their money out the communities. It was Black Wall Street because we shopped at Black American-owned businesses. That's why it was Black Wall Street. See, people like you is going to aid us to a GDP of 0 because you want to kumbaya and be soft and sweet for the world and not understanding this is economics we're talking about. This is not about hate, jealousy, ritual, or none of that. We're not a hateful people. We are loving people. We are the only community where people can build enclaves. Look at Ghana right now. They protesting right now against the Igbo people, Nigerians, because they are building their own empires in Ghana, tearing down their businesses and everything. But the moment we say we want to be selfish for the first time in 65 years, the moment we say you will speak when I'm done.
Someone else speak for a minute.
No, nobody can speak.
You haven't
right
been
now,
done. I landed my plane.
Nobody can speak because I speak, and I said take your time, and I allowed you to take your time. And if you took 5 minutes, I would allow you to have 5 minutes. Then yeah, drop. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
That's crazy.
That's what.
This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. They don't want to have an intellectual conversation. Go ahead, Sister Brooke, if you want to.
No, I was just saying, of course, that's exactly what happens. When you start hitting them with too much facts, then they out. That's when they out. When they realize that they can't intellectually spar with you, they run and flee. You know what I mean? All you hear is flip flop as they run away. You know, President Devine was in the space and I was in the chat because let me tell you something. You know what, Brooke don't have patience for that bullshit. So I don't be in those type of rooms too much, but I will back up, you know what I'm saying, people that I like when they read, the people who do got the patience for that kind of stuff, right? So when he was, reading somebody for filth, I was in the chat. I want to let y'all know, for all of y'all that think that the smoke that we have is only for other Afro immigrants, understand, I want the Palestinians to go home. I want the Ukrainians to go home. I want the South Africans to go home. I want the Germans to go home. Shoot, you could send home the British. They could go home too. Okay. I especially want the Chinese to go home. I mean, if you want to talk about a group that I go at hard, it's the Chinese. I go with them People's Republic of Panda harder than anybody. My first public activism work was against the Chinese. So I want them to go home. Is there another country that you could the Mexicans could go home? The El Salvadorians go home. Venezuelans, please go home.
All y'all.
All of y'all. Everybody. This is not quarantine to one ethnic group. Everybody. We don't have no more room. The United States is closed. Go home. If you're not here legally and you are sucking off the teat of the tax-paying citizens, take your teat-sucking ass home. Everybody, I don't care if you got large amounts of melanin, small amounts of melanin, need little amounts, from chalk to charcoal, go home. I'll stop ranting right now.
Pack them up and send them on. Now, Akon, here he's going to admit to being an anchor baby.
You were born, what, St. Louis?
St. Louis, Missouri.
But then you went back to Senegal as a kid. So from what age to what age?
Oh, straight right after birth. My dad made sure we was all born in the U.S.
Aha.
So we wouldn't have no immigration problems coming back. Right after birth, he sent us back. And then when we went to school to a point where we kind of was be able to comprehend and understand what was going on, he would ship us back home to the U.S., finish school here, and then every summer we would go back, to Senegal for.
Okay. But you love home so much. You're trying to get Black Americans to take their bread over there. What them water things you were supposed to be building over there? Where that at, bro?
The city.
What happened to Akon City?
What happened to that?
An Akon coin.
What happened? What happened to all of that?
I got locked up. You won't let me out.
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
That is a deep interview. I hate Vlad. I can't stand him, but I encourage you. I don't know if you can find a bootleg somewhere so you don't give him no views, but figure out a way to watch that interview, because he goes on to talk about how he was part of a car stealing ring. That's why he was locked up and they wouldn't let him out. And he was stealing cars and chopping them up and sending them out the country. So when they sit there and they talk about how they the model citizens and how, how what our brothers do and whatnot, that was very interesting to me. So not only did he admit to being an anchor baby in that clip, in that interview, but he also talked about the crimes that he was committing that was being allowed for him because he was working with some white immigrants that owned the chop shops that he was bringing the cars to. He went into very deep and he wasn't dealing with no foundation. There wasn't no foundational Black Americans involved in his crimes. It was, and all of it, they shipping it out the country. So like I said, I just wanted to put that, 2 cents on the end of that, where he sat there talking about him being an anchor baby.
That's why I talked about the Africans working with the Chinese mafia. But they'll say, we're the ones committing crimes. That we starting with these people. But y'all remember the CNN report, right?
Getting this network of trolls targeting African Americans. And now we've actually come here to Ghana to try to get the full story.
In the run-up to our journey, we had discovered that all of the accounts were connected to an NGO called Eliminating Barriers for the Liberation of Africa, known as EBLA or EBLA. Looking at the website, it was clear something was off. Parts of it still had dummy text. It was impossible to make an actual donation. And most mysteriously, one of the photographs had a Russian file name. Though the group claimed to be focused on issues like poverty in Ghana, its employees posted almost exclusively about the U.S. Some used incendiary language. America's descent into a fascist police state continues. Someone needs to take that senator out. Often they posted on real U.S. groups, an attempt to gain legitimacy and build an audience. Many even implied they were in America. We all are sick and tired of the violence that's taking place in our communities. In reality, they were here, in a nondescript house on the outskirts of Ghana's capital.
This is the compound where the operation has been based. There's no sign for an NGO. We're about an hour outside of the city, and you can see this is a very secluded residential area. And people here have been telling us that about 3 weeks ago, Ghanaian security services showed up here, raided the building, and no one's been back since.
Sources in Ghana's national security tell CNN that all of EBLA's funding came from Russia. After the raid, the accounts went quiet for a few days. Then on Instagram, the group changed their handle names and started posting again.
We're investigating this.
They'll say we Russian bots. They the goddamn Russian bots. Sorry.
Students here.
No? I was told on good authority there may be some F1 employees here being paid under the table illegal rates. Is that true or false? This is Argyle, Texas, a tiny, semi-rural Texas suburb where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air. But how and why are they coming here? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
India.
I'm from Nepal. I'm here almost 13 years.
How did you get here? On F1, O1, H1B?
F1.
H1B. I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1.
No, I'm student.
F1 student?
Yeah.
I'm a TN visa. I'm
TN
from
visa.
Canada. I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card.
Yeah. I came on the work permit.
Are you here on H1B?
No.
Citizen?
Yep.
Did you come as H1B, F1?
H1.
How long did it take to get naturalized?
Close to 19 years.
So you went from India, F1, H1, green card.
Yeah.
Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1.
Yeah.
How hard was that process?
It was cool, actually.
So this is a meme right now. Please be patient, student driver. Are you a student driver?
No, I'm not.
Why do you have the student driver sticker?
No, why are you taking video?
I have a sticker which I put it
You
inside
have a
my.
student driver sticker?
That's for my girlfriend. So.
Is that your sticker?
Yes. Kids sometimes cries.
What's your objectives after you study? Are you going back to Hyderabad? Are you going to stay here for a while?
I'm going back to Hyderabad.
Going back?
I'm gonna go back.
You have family over there?
Yeah.
Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India. That is the reason I'm trying to go back.
Are you from India originally?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I don't have any work. I'm searching for work. I'm in construction. Yeah, I work in IT. Software. I work for American Electric Power Software. I'm a software engineer.
What's the biggest industry out here?
IT industry, yeah.
Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
That takes a lot of math,
Brain power?
physics.
Did you get a college education in India or the USA?
India.
And is your dream to get an H1B?
Yeah.
And then maybe citizenship?
Yeah, maybe.
What visa are you on? F1, H1B, O1?
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could.
That's my wish.
I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right? Oh, are you Indian?
No, I'm from Pakistan.
What did you come here as?
I've been here 1970. I was 19-year-old. It was real America at that time.
You got to tell me, as a Pakistani, why are there so many Indians here?
I don't know. They come on IT for IT job and things like that.
You work with a lot of OPT, F1s?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of illegal F1 students working when they shouldn't be, right?
They don't even pay right price.
How much?
Like hours and hours. They pay low here.
They pay low here. Should I expose them? Let's go confront them. I'm looking for a manager here. Manager over here? Thank you. Manager? What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa.
I'm here to ask you, are you paying F1 students illegal rates?
No students here.
No? You have paperwork?
Yeah.
Yeah, you pay them legal rates? Are you sure?
Yes,
Is
We
it
can
false?
talk outside.
So you're not employing any F1 students?
No.
Swear on your mother's name?
Why you are asking like that questions?
Do you illegally pay F1 students? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, fine.
I'm the manager.
What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa. No students here.
No? I was told on good authority there may be some F1.
This is the BS. This is the BS.
That's
Things
what that lady
that
was
our
talking about.
ancestors fought for. You got teenagers, Black Americans, who can't get jobs because the Indians got Dunkin' Donuts locked up. They got the hotel industry locked up. The Latinos got construction locked up. This is crazy work. This is the invisible coup. This is the invisible coup. But nobody gives a damn that all of this undermines us. But let's listen to our sister from Canada who moved to Canada, and she gonna tell y'all, and then we gonna close out because I'm getting riled up and I gotta sleep tonight.
Platforms, you come over here, and then when we step off in y'all ass, then you're sick. See, I'm with it. I've been with it. But see, I've been trying to tell them since 2023. I've been rocking out and lost platform after platform. I mean, them Africans was terrorizing me, baby. And they some filthy people. I say that. They tearing Canada up. We decided, you know what? They're Black because we all thought that we were Black. We all thought that we had some connection to them. And we wanted to make sure that life was good for them. Yeah. And then they come over here and they commit crimes. See, everybody think that dope was us. It wasn't us. They brought it over here and then we went to jail. You see, they didn't go to jail. That's because they was turning you over. You see what I'm talking about? They was turning you over. See, they lived their lives and you ended up in the penitentiary and you still think we family. They don't even like you. They standing in your house wearing your shoes, your clothes, using every benefit, more benefits than what it is that you have. And then they turn around and they take a steaming hot dump on you. And then when you say, you know what, we are part of the diaspora, but we something different. See, I believe that we are the originals because who thrives like this? See, you at home, you was at home minding your own diamonds. You was too scared to shove a diamond up your ass and you worried about some cotton. One thing about it, we came all the way through and you ain't got nothing. And I mean, you 85% of a continent and your hierarchy is white Africans. The Chinese done slid in and took what they gonna take. Then it's the ones with money that make slaves out the rest of y'all. See, at the time when you was giving us away, you were the 4th richest nation on this planet. You are now the 12th richest nation and you still don't have no money. Haiti over here popping that, or we fighters, yeah, you fought for your freedom. You fought for poverty. You fought for the slums. You fought for disease and you fought to pay the crown. And you may not be paying the crown right now, but baby, you ain't got no money and you got all that lithium over there. And you don't even have enough sense to say, we'll lease it to you. You show us how to do it. Now you got to mine lithium by hand. So you putting yourself in danger and they making money off of you. What are we talking about? I watched Jamaica over in the Ukraine. I watched them put them off of buses and trains so that they could put their dogs on. And then they commandeer their buses, they punks. And then you going to sit up here and you going to talk about, see, we learned how to navigate this system. See, we know how to move. Now everybody black twice. See, when they was voting, 60% of Asians, 50% of Hispanics, 27% of Ethiopians, Somalians. See, y'all thought that they was going to put us up out of here. But we are here. You one got to go home. See, you thought that we was going to go back into slavery. Even when they sent them back home, who did you think? We carry 75% of all bachelor's degrees and 64.1% of all master's degrees or above. And you think that we're going to be picking fruit. Is that what you thought? Wait a minute. But then it gets better. You threw away 300 to 500,000 black women and realized that this world don't spin without us. So now you got to bring us back at the money we tell you that we pay for. And if black women do it right, if they do it right and stop lowballing themselves to be in the company of white folks, baby, we'll run it. We'll run it. Because anytime that you see a white woman elevate, she takes a black woman with her because that black woman is doing a job. She's the brains.
Right. Yep.
So when you get through at the end of the day, y'all mad because we saying, hey, we are part of the diaspora, but just like you can be Jamaican, Caribbean, Haitian, African, we black, and you got a problem and you want to call yourself black, baby, you ain't worthy. You ain't worthy of that. You ain't worthy of that. You know what? You want your braids back. You want your raggedy ass braids back because I'm your bread and butter. And if I stop getting my hair done, you hit. And that's what black women should do. I just watched a black girl, her baby just passed away. They over here on that ritual. Her mama, they got these kids got the survival skills of a caterpillar. You gonna wash that out her head and your baby was gone the next day. They destiny swapping right in our face. We voting them in because we thinking we all the same because we're ignorant. And then you sitting up moving against our own best interest. So I say that to say this. If black women don't stand up, if black men don't stand up, and then I got these people over here and I know they tethers talking about, oh, I'm not FBA, then don't be FBA, but go home like that girl that went home with them 30 mug shots over there begging for money. I'm going to get at her. That woman crying. We going to go home, Trump, we going to go home, but who going to take care of the people? Girl, you ain't contributed nothing, not globally, and not all you did was laid in a cut and waited for me to get it. And you laid up with your feet on the table waiting for me to get it for you. And then you get it. And then you run up in my face and tell me that you doing better than me. You ain't doing better than me. I am the plug. How you doing better than me? I am the plug. So everything you got, you owe it to me. And you need to be washing my damn feet with your hair. I don't appreciate it. So when I hear these people, I already know because I can hear the clicking in their voice. Make them mad and listen to the clicking in their voice. I say that to say this. If y'all don't stand up and separate yourself, it ain't so much a separation. You want unity. Did you want unity when you was taking a dump on us? Because I know for a fact when we go on a job, we'll get you a job. And then you turn around and you stand up with them white folks, and then you turn around and help me lose a job I done had for 15 years, and I help you get in a job. Because you believe that there can only be one. You turn your back on me and you undermine me politically. You undermine me no matter what. And now you going home and you think I'm...
Next week, we will deal with the politics so you can see for yourself. I tell you, boy, they better stop playing with us. They better stop playing with us. They better stop playing with us. You know that magic. I got Milky Way for whatever. I gotta cut the sound off. But that magic, that's what they mad at. The sauce. They mad at the sauce. Like the sister said, we the plug. We the plug. These little white children about to lose their mind. Can't believe how she controlling. That seal feel the energy. Mm-hmm. You ain't got the sauce. You not the plug. You know? Look, they about to lose their mind. Look. She like, get the hell out of here. Ooh. Look that. Ooh. We the plug. That magic is special. And that's why everybody want to continue to lean. Brother Black, your final thoughts.
I'm going to go really quick tonight, and I'm going to more pose a question toward the panel than I will more of a speech. What did y'all think about the alleged space shuttle that went up on April Fool's Day just a few days ago? Anybody? Okay, so next question. It looks like Dr. Umar's school is complete. Anybody? Well, that's it for me, folks. Y'all have a good night.
Right.
I'm not forcing no hand. I mean, I love y'all answers. There ain't nothing to really say about it. Just wanted to put it in the air before we left here.
Let us know when there's actually kids going there, okay? Let us know.
Next up, thank you, Sister Keisha. Peace to the panel. Peace to the peoples. See y'all next week on The Bridge. One love.
Sister Marcy, your final thoughts and commentary.
So I went to high school in downtown Brooklyn, and when they started talking about the African burial ground, or the Negro burial ground, to be correct, it was one of the most fascinating things for me. And I go to an all-girl Catholic high school. So the nuns would actually be like, okay, you want to go over there and learn something? And I was like, yeah, I really want to go. So, they allowed a few students to participate in the conversation or get to know some stories about the conversation. And again, these are the things that awakened me and brought my understanding to the bigger Black plight of America and the world. So I say all that to say that people who've gone through things that we can never imagine needs to be honored and to be revered for, because we've never stepped on their foot or on the trails that they've established for people to even come here, people to even exist, even their long descendants who may not remember them. Let people who honor them in true fashion. And I appreciate the honoring of those ancestors in many different ways. There is no right way for me. There's no right way and there's no wrong way, because there is nothing but us trying to establish a system of knowing and understanding on how to move forward as a collective. With all that said, it's going to be hot this weekend in New York City. I want our brothers and sisters to enjoy the weather. Get your little garden going, and get all those things right and enjoy the weather. Mother Nature misses us. So get out there and enjoy the sun. And if time may not flourish for you, make it flourish, fight with it, make it do the things that you wanted to do for you and your family, because time is all we have. With all that said, thank you, Sister Keisha, Brother Black, Sister Brooke, President Divine. I thank y'all all. And I continue to just learn and understand a little bit more each and every day. Peace.
Sister Brooke, your final thoughts and commentary. I think I know. If you know, you know. But go ahead.
Okay. I am going to try to say this with as much love as I can before we get to the emails, because this has to be addressed. Sister Marcia, I love you, so I'm going to attempt to speak to you in a different way than I would speak to the architect of that burial ground. It is no wrong way to you, because those are not your ancestors. And I think it is disrespectful for you to comment on the wishes of the actual descendants of the people that were buried there. It is not for you to say what is right and what is wrong. If I was to, I'm going to go way back and I'm going to say your great, just to make sure that I'm not talking about anybody that might be alive, okay? If I was to dig up your great grandmother and tell you how she should be buried, you would not allow it. You would take offense to it, just as we take offense to what was done in 1992. That comment was just as disrespectful as the architect of it. And it's clear to me you see nothing wrong with that. But it's not for you to say. I wouldn't come and tell you what to do in your garden. It's your garden. Please don't come and tell us what to do with our ancestors' bones. I said it's disrespectful. And that is all the love I can muster on that topic, because the anger I felt, my heart started beating fast. I was very angry hearing that phrase come from someone who I thought cared about us. But when you say things like that, it shows the truth and how you feel about us. And I would like you to think about that. And I think I've said enough. Send the emails. So, trying to change my energy. I thank you so much, family, for all the emails that you have sent thus far. We have over 100,000 emails sent. That's y'all. Y'all did that. You understand what I'm saying? And so I have made it easier. Shout out to April Showers, because she did plant the seed in my brain. Because initially the Bitly was supposed to be temporary, right? But it's becoming a little bit more permanent. So she was like, you know, you should get a website. And I, you know, you guys know I have even melanin, you know, I have a few, you know, .coms, but we have made this a .com now. And so we made it easier. It's BREUCK call to action.com. No more bit.ly. I mean, you can still use that. You know what I'm saying? So if you know, if you got things out there in the world, that still works. But this will make it a whole lot easier, you know, for the family. It's just the website now, BREUCK. And it went live today, like a few hours before the show. I'm very nerdy. I was so excited about it that it went live today. I was working on it last night. Like, I bought it last night and I, you know, got it all together today. So yeah, so now that's all you have to do. So yes, there are 5 separate emails. It is super easy. Sister Keisha has it up here for us. And so you just click on the blue links, and that is 5 of them. And then you just, you know, put your information in. It takes less than 15 seconds. They are pre-written, so you don't have to worry about what to say and how to say it. It's already done for you. So, you know, the emails on delineation and disaggregation, because we must delineate from people who think that it is okay to poop on our ancestors' bones. We must delineate from people who think that it is okay to have a memorial to the most wretched day of people's lives to be standing on top of their graves. We have to delineate from people who feel that it is okay to treat our ancestors' bones any way they see fit. We must delineate. That way we can make autonomous decisions on our lineage without the intrusion of others. The intrusion, assumptions, and mitigated gall of others and their opinions that matter not when it comes to our ancestors' bones. So please send those emails. Like I said, it takes less than 15 seconds per email. I really appreciate the family. And I'm always going to shout this lady out. Shout out to the sister who works at the jail, because I can't say her name, but I want her to feel special. Shout out to the sister who works at the jail, who shared this link with 50 death row inmates. And shout out to the 50 death row inmates, because you are very near and dear to my heart, that you took the time, you know what I'm saying, the time that you have to make sure that you made a way for those of us that are still here and that will be here in the future. And so, and that is the foundational Black American way. Just because they have a future different to ours, they have not forgotten about what could help us. And that is the foundational Black American way. And I appreciate them for that. And I appreciate all of you that have sent emails. I also appreciate all of you that have sent cash apps. I appreciate y'all, because like I said, y'all pay for our parking again when we went to the museum for what? Y'all pay for the parking. I didn't pay for that parking. Y'all pay for the parking for us to be able to do research and come back and you guys all these type of things. So, you know, we just I just appreciate you. I can't thank you enough. And thank you, those of you who are on TikTok. Thank you for the gifts when I'm in rooms, because I know, you know, I'll be forgetting that kind of stuff. So I thank you guys for that. And that is it. Send those emails, and share the email link with sell the website link. Share the website link. Okay, it's a website now. All right, share the website link with all of your friends and family and everybody at work and everybody who respects us in our lineage. Thank you.
Shout out to Aunt Marie, already on it. But Brother Devon, your final thoughts and commentary.
All right, great. So I'm gonna try to get through this because I know we are well over time. I don't know if I've ever been on the bridge to midnight, breaking dawn out here like back in the day. So I'm gonna try to be real brief if I can, or briefer than I'm usually am. But I just wanted this kind of goes out to the family. As you guys know, the work that we do, but also being on this bridge every Thursday with y'all. I consider myself a semi public figure, you know, at the head of an organization that advocates for our people. So what I want to say is this: looking at that video in the church and Sister Keisha talking about the history and the backgrounds and the track record of some of those leaders that we saw in the church, that at that time appeared to be doing good work for the lineage. And we've seen, now in hindsight, kind of some of what they've become, or points in time where they have become and became co-opted. I just want the family to know that I am dedicated to never becoming that. And it's going to be on y'all to hold me and the U.S. Freedom Project and everything that we do for the family to that standard, and to hold us accountable so that we don't become co-opters. Then and at any sign of co-option, you guys can call it out and speak about it loudly, because I just want you to know that I do not ever view myself as someone that is above reproach. And so, if any time you see something that doesn't sound right or doesn't sound like it benefits the lineage, please feel free to criticize or question or ask or make it known, because I think that's important as we see, like I say, a number of those individuals that look to be doing good work that at some point in time, or maybe it was co-opted even then, have turned around and become enemies of the lineage. And that's something that I vowed on myself, on my mama, on my hood, but more importantly, on our ancestors. And that's something that, just to be give full transparency, that was something that I said at the burial ground from the middle that echoed out to others, but it also echoes back to yourself. If for no other reason you go down there to see that aspect of the memorial, that is like something to experience. It's really amazing to experience your words bouncing back to you, almost as if there's an echo, but it happens simultaneously. And so that's a proclamation I made to myself and the ancestors. I've seen some people asking about it in the chat. Just know it's right now we're focused on disaggregation. Send those emails, but you guys have my personal and public declaration that we will do everything in our power to get the name of that burial ground changed to something that reflects us accurately and gives honor to our ancestors. So please look for that call to action. That will be happening very, very soon. Right now we're focused on disaggregation because that is the building block. That's the foundation of any other advocacy moving forward, because unfortunately, at this point in time, we do not have a federally or state government level recognized ethnic group with which not only to get resources set aside and contracts or anything else of the like to be even counted as a group in this country, because of what they eventually did with the co-opting and the redefining of African American in 1997. So that is all a part of the problem. Again, nothing happened in a vacuum, all a part of the same issue, and we're correcting that in real time. Again, understanding the chess moves that they were about to make, and thus countering with Rook and Knight Center. You know what I'm saying? Like learning the rules of the game to combat them. And I saw somebody else ask about the numbers. And so yes, probably on one of the main calls to action, you saw that the number was less than 100,000. When we're giving you the 100,000 number, which is now more accurately we are over 130,000. What we're doing is we're adding up all the letters that have gone out on behalf of disaggregation to the Black the Black Task Force in New York, all the electeds that voted yes for disaggregation for the MENA and AAPI group, and then the letters also to Governor Hochul and her administrative team, because she would have to sign it into law. So when you add all three of those up together, you get the total of 100,000 emails that the family sent out to New York State politicians demanding disaggregation for foundational Black Americans. So that's where that number comes from, just so you know. But like I said, as of right now, the last time we reported, it was at 100,000, just over 100,000. Now, just in a matter of, I don't know if it was been a week or maybe 2 weeks at most, 30 more thousand emails have gone out. So the family is not playing. And just to kind of also give that update, Sister Brooke, always says how it paves the way and helps us in those meetings. What's happening in real time, because someone else said this, is that not only are we bringing disaggregation to the forefront, but what we're doing is we're making history. And by we, I don't mean the U.S. Freedom Project or myself. I'm talking about us, all of us. This foundational Black American Renaissance, we are making history because we are the first organization, the first movement ever in New York State history to be advocating specifically and solely for foundational Black Americans. Family, that has never happened in the history of New York State. That's why you see in those meetings they're talking about Black and brown, and we got to include the diaspora. There's only one group that's coming in talking specifically about us. That's us. That's it. Everybody else has always looked to build this people of color coalition because that's what told them in that day. So I don't fault them. But here's a foundational Black American proverb. When you know better, you do better. So we saw what that looked like. We saw what that produced. We saw how that was to our detriment. And now we on our everybody hold their own nuts movement. And we going to hold ours. You going to hold yours. We going to hold the wins. We going to hold the losses. But we not holding your losses anymore. Because you never let us hold your wins. You always took those home with you. You gotta take that L with you. And when we look at the scoreboard around the diaspora, sort of like the medal count, when you start looking at the USA and all them other countries, there's one group that's bringing in all the golds and bringing in all the medals, and the medal count is so much larger than anybody else's. That's foundational Black American. And so that's what we're working on. That's what we're doing. And that's what we're accomplishing with these emails, but also with setting the stage, because a number of New York State politicians have asked us, this is verbatim, why isn't the NAACP or the Urban League or NAN or NCOBRA or IBW 21, how come they're not talking about what you're talking about? They look at it, it makes sense. Sister Brooke was there. She'll tell you, when we meet with white folks, the white folks get it. Because they ain't got automatically. They don't got no ulterior motives in this game, in this portion of the game. They get it automatically. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Y'all need to be counted. Y'all not counted.
Duh.
Yep. But then they ask the more important question. Why aren't these other organizations that claim to fight for y'all asking for this? And our answer is, you have to ask that question for yourself, to you and to them. And that's what we're doing. We're at the forefront of forever changing the game. Sister Brooke always says it. I'll say it. Give a shout out to my brother Melrose Mike. You changed the name, you changed the game. And what we're doing in real time is changing the political game, the face of the political game forever. Forever. Because it's always going to be up and stuck, like my sister Keisha said. And no longer are we allowing the people that committed the crime to come shed tears at the funeral. We ain't doing no big red. You understand me? For those that get the reference, you get the reference. We dictating office hours. We don't care what your office hours are. We telling you what your office hours are. And if you find yourself getting slapped like our sister Eleanor did at that funeral in that movie, then that's your own fault, because you played yourself, because you knew you was guilty. And so now we know that you know that we know you guilty. So it's up and stuck from here on out. There's no more playing dumb. There's no more allowing cowrie shells and all the things that you sold us for into our areas and talking about, oh, there's no wrong or right way to honor the ancestors. Oh, the hell there ain't. The devil and Pan-Africanism is a liar. You would not say that to any other group. Oh, you Jewish, you Italian, y'all both look the same. So however you honor your ancestors is how they get to honor their ancestors. No, that's not how none of this works. Those are foundational Black American ancestors, period. We get to tell you how they're honored, when they're honored, why they're honored. You don't get to do that because somebody told you a fairy tale that all of us came from Africa and it was just multiple boat stops, and y'all don't even practice that blanket blackness shit because you can't tell a Haitian to celebrate like a Jamaican, that celebrates like a Trinidadian, that celebrates like a Nigerian for anything. Forget a funeral and honoring your ancestors. You can't even tell them how to practice or celebrate carnival the same. And that's a goddamn party. Everybody got their ass out. You can't even tell them how to celebrate that differently. You going to tell me how to honor my ancestors? Because we all got melanin? And somebody told you that means we all as just African? See, this is the disrespect that is at the foundation of Pan-Africanism. This is what I talk about. And so for me, it's even less about the people that practice it because they can't get away from it. Because to get away from it means you got to get away from Pan-Africanism. Because as long as you practice Pan-Africanism, you will disrespect foundational Black Americans. It is baked into the crust. This is what I want us to understand. That's the only reason why it's foundational Black Americans versus Pan-Africanism. Because foundational Black American is a lineage. Pan-Africanism is an outdated, antiquated religious ideology. You could be a foundational Black American, Pan-African. But the reason why it doesn't jive together is because the foundation of Pan-Africanism means you got to renounce your throne like Prince Hakeem. You got to renounce being a foundational Black American. You got to leave that at the door. You got to pretend you don't got a heritage. You got to pretend that everything your ancestors did on this land is null and void. Because the minute you honor it and the minute you start to actually research it, it starts to poke holes in the folklore and the doctrine of Pan-Africanism. And that's the reason why we always are at the forefront of this versus us, or us versus it. Because our very existence pokes holes in the doctrine that you have to believe in unconditionally. That's why they all traffic in the same racist tropes about us. And so, just also to bring this point home, and I know I'm going to be short, I'm so sorry for going long. When we talk about nothing happening in a vacuum, I want y'all to understand this because I saw a video. It was with Stokely Carmichael, a sister that was working with Jesse Jackson and some other, everyday citizens. Now, they might have been, people that held positions. I can't remember their names, but I'm saying Stokely Carmichael because we already know he's not a foundational Black American. He's an Afro-Trinidadian, and he's a coward. So I want that to be known on the record because he was up there speaking for us as quote-unquote African-Americans, and that's been the problem ever since. But that's not the point of what I'm saying right now. I just want that on the record, though. The point is that one of the sisters that was working with Jesse Jackson at the time when they were pushing African-American said this specifically. So this is in the late 80s, going into the 90s. And she said, we have to find a name, and I'm paraphrasing, that more reflects like positivity and kind of a more of a respectable identity. Now, here's what I'm saying when I said it's not about, now nothing happens in a vacuum. Remember what was happening to our people all across the country in the 80s. We got hit. We now call it the crack era. That's what we call it now. That's not what they called it then. What we call the crack era was just Wednesday. It was just Friday. And others around us, including the Pan-Africans, were claiming that drug addiction was Black culture. Like, we really got to understand what they did at that time and how nothing happens in a vacuum. See, we found out later. So in hindsight, we know that the government dropped that off and damn near induced us with the crack to cause us to fall from grace because we were coming out of I'm Black and I'm Proud in the 70s. But then you got the Pan-Africans and the other immigrants and the white folks that said, look at them using that crack. That's just who they are. And you know what happens when you can get somebody hooked on crack? Anything. But you know what you can really do, and what we know that they did do in hindsight, is beat you down into submission. Use propaganda to make you think that's who you are. Make you ripe for the picking for the religion and cult of Pan-Africanism. Because you're looking at your auntie that's a descendant of persons enslaved and emancipated in the U.S. trying to sell your air conditioner because she high on crack. And they're telling you an African wouldn't do that. They're telling you that's not African culture. And all we got in the crib is Encyclopedia Britannica. And I tell you that ain't in there. You know what else ain't in there? What those Africans really did. So you start believing the hype. You like, damn, that, oh, damn, Africans wouldn't do that. And we are descendants of African people. And look at the clothes that my aunt is wearing while she's trying to sell our air conditioner because she is high on crack. I need a new costume. I need a new identity. And here comes the religion and cult of Pan-Africanism. Wear this dashiki. This is what they wear on the continent. Put these shells around your neck. That's what they do on the continent. Take this medallion. Wear that ankh. Put these flip-flops on. Use natural deodorant. And now we can see in hindsight how we were hijacked by the religion and cult of Pan-Africanism. And how it was sold to us as the better alternative. The other white meat. But we can see that now in hindsight. But when we see those people on the documentary, they don't know that. They don't know that. And so this is what I was talking about, the formless people. Because guess what? If you're just a lost African, any African tradition or religion will do. Do you know there's thousands of different cultures and tribes and religious practices and traditions and rituals for the thousands of different and distinct people group on the continent of Africa? Thousands. There is not one today, nor has there ever been a singular, universal African identity or culture that we could point to say, oh, that's African culture and this is not African culture. It's never existed. You know what else has never existed? Unity based on being an inhabitant of the continent of Africa. But the literal movement for unity is called Pan-Africanism, as if Africans have ever been united on anything. That sounds like a psyop to me. But let's move on, because I'm definitely past what I thought I was going to be. I want to say this in closing, because it all ties together. It's all connected, like they were saying on Manifest. Today, Lance Taylor, a.k.a. African Bambaataa, died. And if you don't know the history of African Bambaataa, I implore you to go look it up. And start with Brother Hassan Campbell, if you need a place to start. Here is the power of delineation in real time. Lance Taylor is an Afro-Caribbean of Jamaican and Bajan, or meaning a descent from the country and island of Barbados.
A Jamajan.
I know, yeah, as a Bajan. But for those that don't know, that's Barbados. When you start to see all that he was, so I gotta say allegedly accused of, where there's tons of circumstantial evidence and first-hand accounts of it happening. What I want us to understand, and this is why they hate delineation. See, because before delineation, his actions will be put on Black culture. Secondarily, his actions will be put on hip-hop culture. See, but here's the real story due to delineation. His actions are Afro-Caribbean culture. Full stop. And now we can see the differences, right? When we say, oh, that's not us, we not them, they not us, they not like us. Now we can start to see what that looks like. Because when we compare him to other Afro-Caribbeans that just so happen to take part in foundational Black American hip-hop culture, we start to see the difference. See, because African Bambaataa, aka Lance Taylor, when you start putting him up to the light, looks like, sounds like, and have actions that are way more similar to Luther Campbell in Florida than anybody else in New York. Because Luther Campbell brought that same Caribbean degeneracy to Freaknik and turned it into what it was before it had to be canceled overall. See, there's a through line that delineation creates. It starts exposing truth that ain't been told in I don't know how long. And it's the truth that they don't want to hear. And on last week's broadcast, see, the truth is foundational Black Americans in our culture. And like the good book says, that truth will make you free. It ain't even set you free. See, most people think it set you free. But when y'all go look at the good book, it says it will make you free. Because it has no other choice. Because that's what truth does. It makes you free. Whether you want to be free or not. And that's what they're really afraid of. And I just want to shout out ending here. Sis, thank you for this shirt. I was out getting food earlier for the bridge, rushing back to the bridge. And this, oh, I mean, you know, like some of our elders, you could tell they've been through it. He was grizzled. Like you could tell he'd been through something. And we was getting food. And he looked at my shirt. And he looked at me, he looked at my shirt again. And he was like, brother, I don't know what type of work you do. He said, but whatever the work is, shout out to the work you're doing. And I said, what you mean? He said, because he said, for the simple fact that I know what that shirt means. He's like, I've never even seen that. Yeah, he's like, that's a hot shirt. He said, but for the simple fact that you know that there are Black people that are foundational to this country, he said, I know the work that you're doing is righteous. I don't know what it is, but I just know it's righteous. And this is what I'm talking about with the truth. The truth will make you free. He didn't need to know nothing else but the truth that this shirt spoke for me. And that brother, they touched that brother, and he shook my hand. He said, again, thank you. What's your name? I said,
did you give him the email link?
I gave him the card. I had a new link. And he looked at it and he was like, man, he's like, he looked down at the delineation card. You know, look, you made the card, so that's more credit to you too. But he looked down and he said, man, he said, I've been waiting my whole life for somebody to acknowledge this about us. And so this is what this work does. This is what we're doing for those of our elders, for our ancestors, for us. And more importantly, one of the things that we'll be focusing on moving into the future is also doing it for the youth. Because one of the things that I have seen that is starting to alarm me, and that's all I could think about as I watched that documentary that kept calling us enslaved Africans, is that they're focused on indoctrinating the youth. They're looking to get the next generation of blanket black, focus on Africa, just be Democrat. Remember I told you, they're going to pivot. One of the things that I'm seeing is that they understand that there's but so much they're going to do. They're going to be able to do with us. Elders, they you know, a lot of them are stuck in their way. Some of them are coming around, and some of them have always been with us, but just haven't seen the movement. But they're trying to get the youth. They're trying to get, and I'll say this one last thing. Oh my God, I knew I was going to say one more thing. One more thing, since Keisha, and I promise I'm done. Shout out, and I'll put this up as a post tomorrow. But this is how powerful it is to get the youth. I was watching a movie with the kiddies and the family. And shout out to the writers of Zootopia 2. I don't really be doing shout outs, but shout out to the writers of Zootopia 2. Because even if you didn't do it in good faith, and if you didn't do it to send this message, Zootopia 2, y'all need to watch that with your babies. And my niece looked at me at the end of that movie. And there's no spoil. I won't get no spoilers just in case you want to watch it and not be bored. But she said, Uncle, the snakes are the freedmen. And I was like, the snakes are the freedmen? I said, what you mean by that? And she was like, look at all the things that they did to them. And all the things about their history that they tried to hide. And look at what they did to uncover. And I'm just letting this come out the mouth of babes. And I'm holding, it's taking everything in me to not cry. I don't want her to I'm to not cry. And she's like, look at all they did. And she said, but nothing they did could stop them. At the end, they uncovered the truth. And she was like, and Zootopia belongs to them. It always did. And I'm just sitting there like amazed. You know what I'm saying? About just how powerful that was, but more importantly, how powerful it was for her to get it because of the conversations she heard me having around her. I've never had any direct conversations with her thinking that she was too young, but that's just a message to the rest of the family. They're never too young. We think they're too young. They're ready. They're yearning to hear this information and to have that pride instilled in them so they can go and start either sharing it with their friends or debunking a lot of bullshit that's going to come out the mouth of their teachers. And when she said the snakes are the freedmen, that made my heart feel so good. So good. And I just want to leave that with y'all. Share this with the babies because they will get it. A lot of time we trying to protect them and they already experiencing, they're waiting for us to share with them the truth so that what they're experiencing starts to make sense. Because right now, without the truth, it doesn't make much sense to them. It's like, I don't even know why this is happening. That's just my friend over what's. But when you share with them in a kid-friendly way, man, that was so powerful. So again, if y'all do anything this weekend and y'all got some babies, or hell, you want to watch it on your own, shout out to Zootopia 2. And I'll land there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Super fast. Because President Devine said so much, but it was one thing that I just really wanted to harp on. And that was, would you tell a small hat not to have a kosher funeral? Would you tell them that a regular funeral where you embalm and you know what I'm saying, do whatever you're gonna, would you tell them that any funeral will do? How about a Muslim? Would you tell them that, them to preparing their own family, their own relatives' bodies, and that they should not do that that they should take it to the mortuary and have the mortuary do it, would you tell them that? No, you wouldn't. You would respect their beliefs and how they treat their dead. And we want the same respect. And I'm done.
100. You know, Sister Brooke texted me, she said, can you talk about that era? See how we all in tandem here? I ain't have to say no word. Brother Devon took care of it. But next week we're going to show some.
Talk about that crack era. I was like, I said, don't. I said, can you? I said, I got thrown off because I was so angry. Can you talk? I text her on the back end and then look at Devon. Like, what the heck?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
On our, as Brooke says, our nerd trips, you know, I was letting them know that that's why during that time period, Pan-Africanism took off so much. Beginning in the late 70s, early 80s with Atlanta child murders. And another thing I want to point out, and next week we're going to show proof. As you know, I like the receipts, you know, and we're going to equate it to New York. And of course, you can apply it to the cities and states in which you live, right? I'm going to show proof next week. But during around 1986, 85, 86, 87, when you looked on the news, the image of our people was so bad. And they would say, you know, those people that live in the ghetto, in the hood, this is how they behave. At the same time, in the borough of Brooklyn, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, heavily Italian neighborhood, a homicide was committed every day for over a year. But nobody equated that to the hood, the ghetto. I'm going to show proof of that next week. Again, I got receipts, so I know what I'm talking about. And that plus I was alive and around during that time. But that wasn't considered a bad neighborhood. Brother Black was around during that time. He know the Gambinos was going off. Paul Castellano, everybody was getting knocked off. Everybody was getting knocked off. And now that area, Bensonhurst, is now heavily populated with the Asian, and the Italians have fled to Staten Island. So again, this delineation movement is heavy, is moving full steam ahead. And you know, we like all kinds of comments over here because it's a learning experience for everybody. So everybody can get it and you can contribute. But let's be clear that this era of leaning is over. It's a wrap. No more for anybody. Y'all enjoy the rest of the week. Put your final salutations and good nights in the chat. Continue to send those emails. Share them with your family. Send it every day. I'll be sending mine tomorrow about 10 or 11. Send it. It's helping. It's working. And, you know, we got to make it smooth. Another thing Pan-Africanism does not do is allow younger generations to lead. You see? I have no problem with that. Sister Annette has no problem with that. Reverend Coachman has no problem with that. You see? When you look at Pan-African today, they all old, bent over, and can barely breathe. But I'll say good night. Be safe and be dangerous at the same time.
Good. Y'all want us to chill? You gotta chill too. I got you, brother. I got you. You would qualify because you do have a line that goes back to the enslavement in this country. If you don't, go elsewhere and appeal your claim. Stop leaning on, and that's the problem with Pan-Africanism. You all have been leaning on our legacy for so long. You don't know how to stand on your own.
I don't necessarily. That is absolutely not true. Hold on.
I said what I said.
Hold on. Everybody's.
On the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, voices strong, knowledge tight. Thorough black talk in the air, changing minds, changing flair. From brother Tad to sister K, warriors got things to say. Sister Marcy brings the heat, brother Blacksmith keeps the beat. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Thursday nights the world will see Black Power Media on a spree. Facebook, YouTube all aligned, breaking free from every bind. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves,